I don't recall.
Yeah, it brought out all the spirit wardens, and that was. Yeah. Should we wait a second for Madi? Sorry about that.
She's here.
Oh, there you go.
She's
Still
your
got the
dog.
headset on. We're good. um.
If I walk away, I'm sorry. I'm still listening. It's just I have to go close the door because the dog came back in or something down.
Cool. Just checking. So, there's a community. Excuse me. I took too big of a bite of my little slushy here. There's a community meeting in Night Market, and you see a few flyers around town, particularly in the area that you are now in control of. Actually, we can go over and look at our map too and see what you're in control of. I should probably go over there too so I can see the same thing you are. So, as far as I remember, you guys were already kind of in charge of this area. And then you expanded. And I forget how far we expanded. Did we say you got this whole area from the Wraiths?
Yep.
So you got a nice good chunk in between those
Hell
canals
yeah, we
there. It is also racetrack adjacent. So if you're looking at your cult sheet, finding a vice den is one of the ways that you can try and earn extra revenue as a group. And there's a potential vice den right next door now. So if you wanted to try and expand your operations, it's not like anybody there has any hope when they go into a racetrack and are bitterly disappointed and losing hope all at the same time. So, get this out of there. But this community meeting, the flyers say, community meeting for concerned individuals of means regarding the recent violence in Night Market. And there's a meeting scheduled in a couple days for people to discuss the violence in this once nice area.
Well, somebody should be in attendance to that for sure.
There you
go. Would you like me to go?
No, Rusty. I might want to check this one out for myself.
So, just about any time you guys decide to go anywhere, that's kind of treated as a score. So depending on what you're going to be doing, you might be going in there and it's not necessarily that you're going in to tear things up, but you could just be going in there to just spy. You can go in there stealth wise and just like spy from the shadows, or you can go in there and try and talk it up. And
yeah, theoretically, if there's going to be a public hearing about the violence in the community directly related to the violence that we caused, like we should be there to sway the arguments in any advantageous directions that may arise.
Sure.
Or at least deflect some arguments
right
onto other potentially responsible parties.
Yeah. So anytime you guys want to go take some sort of an action, we treat it like a score. And you guys decide what course of action. It could just be a social thing. You're just going in and talking instead of trying to punch people and throw them off buildings. And that's about how it goes. So is that what you guys want to do?
Is that our next score as far as what we're planning and plotting and operating for at this point?
I think that sounds good.
All right.
I'll leave the shotgun here though this time.
Yes, yeah. I don't think this is a situation where we want to be armed,
right?
At all.
Do you think I should leave Cerberus?
Hello.
Up to you. Could be conspicuous. I don't know that we're there trying to draw attention to ourselves. We're certainly not that. We're just community members. We probably wouldn't even know or associate with one another necessarily in that setting.
Well, you guys operate out of a shop, So, oh, there we go. There's Rusty.
You supporting
True.
Marty's
Bow
character?
tie over a t-shirt, always a good look.
There you go.
Professionally speaking, is
for you.
Gideon our
know.
locksmith, like front
The hashtag team
operation person, or is that like some NPC other that we're affiliated with?
Yeah. I think you have like 3 members of your gang. I think that's the size of gang you get at this stage.
Well, with
What
3
hap-
guys, we can't afford one of them to be making locks. They got to be running around getting
Getting things
stuff.
done. Didn't they become not available? I'm trying to remember all the. I didn't
Yeah.
write it all down. Didn't
Yeah,
they?
we don't have them for a few days or whatever.
Yep. So they're not going to be able to help you on this
Unreliable.
score, at least.
They are unreliable,
I was trying to remember all the entanglements because I didn't.
but
the
extremely
best
loyal.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
They're not going to go stab you in the back. They're just going to go be lazy. That's.
There's some event.
I really see it as like family men, like tied down, like, oh no, my wife says I can't. Like, I'm really sorry, guys.
Guys, I can't come to the stabbing tonight.
It's my kid's recital. I gotta go to that instead. Sorry.
Right. Where are we at?
I know there's like a ghost train we have to hijack, but it's my wife's birthday.
All
I
right.
missed it last year, guys, and I got in so much trouble. I'm really sorry.
Alrighty, so what you need to do to get this score going is we're going to go ahead and do, I assume social is what it sounds like, right? I keep putting the thing
Yes,
down.
I will be very silent.
And so what
And I'll
sort
leave
of,
Cerberus. I won't take him.
so to do that, there's just needs to be one detail. And for social, it should say down at the bottom of your character sheets there, what sort of connection do we have to this group to get you in the door? I mean, this is a public meeting, so you don't need much of a connection, but what's your premise going in?
We're concerned community members.
All right.
Yeah, we have a shop. We have a vested business interest in this community. We should be members that show up.
There you go. All right. So
What was the name of that gang that?
the rate that you beat up,
Yeah,
the
Wraiths.
Wraiths.
the race. That's right. They've been causing a lot of trouble in the area.
Mm-hmm.
Not that Rusty would say any of this.
Let's see. So what we're going to do is we're going to make an engagement roll to start, and I just need one person. You roll 1 die for sheer luck. You get an extra die for a major advantage. I mean, it's a public hearing, so I would consider that a major advantage, right? So roll
We
2
are-
dice.
Definitely allowed in.
And it's definitely going to be a low risk type thing, but it's just what position you're in when you get in there would be kind of do they see through you guys and your duplicitous nature or not?
I
So how
am
about
not ethereal, so they do not see through me.
this is going to go well. There you go.
You are, however, very literal.
All right, let's have Scrawl do this. Scrawl, roll 2 dice.
Roll 2 dice.
2d6, yeah.
Nice.
Three.
Ooh, 3. Nope.
That's bad.
That's
Oh,
2 threes.
I thought that was 1-6. I only saw the outcome as a 6. I
Yeah.
was like, oh, 1 dice, good.
Yeah.
Now, was I supposed to roll that with major advantage, or is that what 2d6 means?
Rolling 2 dice instead of just 1 is the advantage. But
Okay.
you rolled, and so your highest result was a 3.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Here we go.
So when you get there,
This is our Blades of the Dark campaign. It's how we've been doing it so far. Why stop
there
now?
you go. Why stop now? So when you get there into the meeting, everybody's kind of talking, kind of milling around just outside this hall. There's a hall that's over, I'm going to say on the map, up here on this corner up there. so not too far from your territory, not too far where the horrible events happened that burned, that caused this meeting to happen. But when you get there, everybody's talking and carrying on like they all know each other. And you guys walk in there and everybody stops, and it's like that really awkward moment when everybody just kind of stops and turns and looks at you guys. And right now, they have never seen any of you before, and these guys seem, I'm going to say, you notice they seem a bit more connected and in touch with they know each other very well, more than just a public meeting. So, and you guys are kind of sticking out a little bit. And so the conversation all stops as everybody's standing outside, and they turn to look at you guys. Take her away.
Is this the public meeting?
Indeed. A lady walks up, kind of older, comes up towards you and says, "Yes, this is the public hearing for concerned individuals. I take it you are concerned. What brings you to our meeting?"
That's the idea. I'm an investor in the community, and my friend here owns a locksmith shop. So while on some days crime does foster a bit of business in his direction, murder is not to anybody's benefit.
And what about that fellow? Looking at Rusty.
Hi, I'm just here. I'm just here to support my friends.
You're all friends here?
We're business owners.
Friends,
The
business
same business?
associates.
Well,
So,
I work for Match. I mean Gideon.
Yes, Mr. Lambeau here is an employee of the locksmithery. I'm an investor in the business. Mr. Black has a number of propositions that he has been looking for locations within the district, and I was trying to help finance some opportunities for him. But with these things going on, I don't know how safe those investments would be.
Indeed. I understand where you're coming from. I'm Ms. Brogan. So you should, Brenna Brogan.
Brenna Brogan.
Yes. I
Osmond
own
Crofter. It is a pleasure to meet you.
and Brenna Brogan. I own several of the tea houses that are around here in Night Market and in other districts.
I have been patron to several of them, I would imagine. One of the things that brought me to this district as a tourist, first and foremost.
Well, we are always looking for new blood to join our sort of commercial establishment around here. We're trying to keep the riffraff out and as best we can. So, by all means, come on in.
Is this more of a kind of a trades association meeting than just a public hearing? It seems
it was advertised as a public hearing, but it seems that whenever anything's goes on, it's always the same tradespeople showing up. So you guys you're new.
But I'm
welcome.
Certainly feeling that I've found the right place and community of people to.
Give me some
dressed up.
It adds a little weight. Go ahead and give me a roll of some sort. What are you trying to do here?
Good question. Let's take a look at that character sheet.
Consort or sway?
Yeah.
So
Consort
I'm 2 in
better.
either one. So I would imagine probably this is more consort.
Okay.
Let us join your fellows. Let us be peers.
Okay, so 2d6.
Your character sheet should do it for you.
Oh, okay.
If you just click on the consort button. And it'll do it right and give us the highest result. It's going to ask...
Risky, controlled, desperate, fortune.
Gonna say... risky. And effect, standard.
No bonus die, right?
No bonus die. Yep. There you go.
All right.
Very well. Welcome. We're going to get the meeting started in just a few moments. We'll be going into the hall here. In the meantime, help yourselves to some appetizers. Just a few paltry little things just to tide us over. Some of my tea is over on that table over there.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Ms. Brogan.
And the room kind of gets back
Control
to the
yourself,
conversation.
Rusty.
Just, I'm awfully hungry.
we all are, man. Pretend like you're not.
I went straight to the food.
Like,
One.
stuff
Yeah,
it,
you
things in
only
your
pick
pockets.
Like you've eaten today.
My favorite, pigs in a blanket.
Nah, they're little cucumber sandwiches, and so this is like the wannabe upper crust of Duskwall here.
Rusty's
I'm like-
pulling apart one of the sandwiches,
I'm
looking for the meat.
excited to make connections, but I'm also like throat tightening. Like, oh geez, I'm like, it's on right here. These aren't just like the farmers, well, not farmers, but these aren't just like the bored old people of town, the looky loos complaining.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna say goodnight to some kids. I'll be back.
All right. So, you go on inside, and you're at the. They have chairs kind of laying out in rows, and sort of a podium up towards the front. It's a small little hall, not too, but in very nice shape. A little bit nicer than some of the places that you're used to seeing around this city. Well, yeah, you want to have it for later, right? Oh, I didn't ask. What's everybody's loadout? Is everybody running light today?
Yes, definitely light.
Yep.
I figured, but we should, in case things go some way, but possibly not. We're just meeting.
Are we ever just meeting?
You've only had one other outing. I mean, come on now.
It went so sideways so quick.
And you do notice that as the meeting's just about ready to get started, you recognize a constable, not your usual go-to person, but somebody that you recognize. Comes in from the Bluecoats as a representative to talk about the safety in our fair town. He notices you, since you guys have a bit of a relationship with the Bluecoats. Tips his little cap as he comes in and heads to the front up by the podium and kind of stands off to the side. And there you have it. Ms. Brogan, she's the one who kind of kicks things off, and she gets up there and almost like a scene straight out of Blazing Saddles, just starts railing up there in front of the podium about the fair night market district and what's happening to this fair town of ours and what are we going to do, and just starts railing and carrying on and almost getting kind of preachy about it.
Should write the governor.
Yeah, and so that's where she is, and that's kind of the general tone. And who would do such a thing? So they start talking about that. They also talk about there have been 2 other murders this week. The spirit wardens keep coming down here. When those crows start flying, it's never good for business. Everything we do is upsetting our operations. So this is not good for us. A few other folks kind of get up and give similar speeches, not quite as loud. It's kind of clear that Ms. Brogan's kind of got kind of in charge of this crew almost, if this is what this is. And then they get the constable to stand up and talk about the state of the investigations. So far, nobody has been brought to justice yet in the instance of the person falling off of the. We believe he was a suspected gang member, a member of the Wraiths. It was hard to identify him because his head squished into his torso when he landed, so it took us a little bit longer to figure that part out. But there we have it. We do know that the Wraiths have moved out of that neighborhood, so that's about. Who's moved in? Somebody starts shouting, and as Rusty starts to raise his hand. Do we have some other gang in here now? That much is not known, and you kind of see the constable visibly kind of shuffle a little bit, trying to. We do know that we've seen a drop in crime in the area at this time. There were 2 other murders. There was one, a murder in Eventide 2 nights back. That one we haven't, no particular leads at this point. Perhaps a crime of passion. We don't know. Perhaps something supernatural. Yep. Yeah. And that's about all he talks about right there. But
the other, there was one in Eventide, and you said there was a second.
I'm just looking around. In the racetrack. Looks like that might have been something related to the races, maybe a gambling issue that went sideways. Yeah. Yep. We're not sure that any of those are actually related to each other, but that's where we have it. You hear the crowd loudly kind of getting into kind of murmuring amongst themselves, wondering if the Wraiths have left, who's filled that, you know how this goes in this city, who's filled this vacuum left behind by them, is kind of what they want to know. They invite public comments, and you see several people stand up and go line up to go speak. And the first few people, that's exactly what they carry on about. They want to know who's to blame for the violence, who's moving in, what do we have to worry about, are we safe? Those kinds of questions. How's this going to affect our operations? It kind of stands out to you. They keep saying operations instead of business. Not sure what perks your ear a little bit. So, I don't know if any of you wanted to speak or not. Or...
But like quietly, like shoulder to shoulder, like what do you make of this? You know,
Folks seem like they're scrambling around trying to find something to hope in. Might be we get their claws in us, we can take some of that away.
That's a little out of the shadows, if that's what you're suggesting.
Seems like we'll have to come out of the shadows sooner or later. They're asking these questions already. It's been what, a couple of days since we threw that guy off our roof? I mean, come on.
Would you like me to ask them?
No.
Mr. Black?
I am curious more about what would you say her name was? The one that owned all the tea shops?
Brogan.
Rogan. I think making favor with her could lead us to some new hopeful clients.
I agree. Yes, probably more friends to be made here, not enemies.
I'm
at
like
least for today.
I'm stuffing my face. I'm like, Skrull, you gonna go to that tea house?
the long game
Mm.
will be a greater success than just playing a short game. At least here tonight.
Yeah.
So what? We're gonna play legit? That's how we're gonna do it?
In front of all these people, we'll walk the line for a minute. I think that privately we can maybe speak to this Brogan woman and
I'll be back in a sec. Hold on.
come to terms. But looking around the room, I'm thinking, walk in here to learn information and then just decide to like play our hand.
There's a power vacuum. Somebody's gonna step in and claim that throne.
So, like, here's the thing. Like, mechanically, we are a cult. That's our thing. So, is it like, are we a cult that's also has is a front of business owners, or is it just like we are devotees of a certain belief system that like kind of like present our cult pitch? Is that part of it?
I mean,
I
eventually,
I'm a
think
bad
eventually-
cultist. This is not
yeah.
something I do well.
eventually we need to be semi-public because you want to recruit. We're a cult. We want more
Followers.
members.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
We may be a little early though. We're pretty
Yeah.
goddamn
Yeah.
weak.
But if we can present ourselves to be useful to these people to keep things running smoothly in that area,
We're a consortium of like-minded business owners.
I mean, that's not a lie.
It's not a lie. This cult has capitalist leanings, absolutely.
That's a great idea that Rusty did not form.
Yeah. we are hope devourers. I mean, so we're staunch capitalists.
Well,
here.
Playing a different type of role playing game.
All right.
We
So I
are
missed the last
all
part. What have
members
you,
of a
how are you guys
cult
doing? What are we?
in a ghost and evil ridden area.
The meeting
So it's weird. It's a
carries
definitely
on for
weird
about
game.
an hour. People kind of talk. Miss Brogan kind of adjourns everything and brings it to a conclusion, and everybody kind of starts to disperse.
I think very noticeably we should just remain where we're sort of sitting for a few minutes as other people are dispersing.
Like literally everyone else stands up and we are just still sitting.
If possible, I don't know if I'd like to study what I would see the more important people of the room, like the ones that are
Mhm.
commanding more of a presence. Obviously, Hogan is one, but others in the
Mhm.
room, if I can identify them.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, you see a few others that, I mean, quite a few people spoke, but there were some people that actually scheduled to speak, so they kind of stand out in your mind.
And if I could figure out or find out maybe what their importance is, or like which businesses do they own, or districts do they run, or anything along those lines, just so I can have an idea of who
Yeah,
may become
give me-
friends.
Let me see if there are any that kind of stand out here.
Does this game have a lot of roles, or is it more like we just say what we're doing and it's kind of like that's what we...
Only rolls if it's something we're worried you might fail.
Okay.
Is kind of how.
So I'm not worried about seeing these people.
Yeah, I mean, these are people that got up and stood in front of you and presumably they said their name when they did so.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look up something here, see if I can give you like legitimate names instead of making stuff up.
I also will be watching the crowd and the room, seeing if there's anybody else that looks kind of shady like us. So if
Mhm.
you ask for a roll, survey.
Okay. All right. Give me a second here.
Okay. Yeah. I'd study the people you'd be looking at around. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
in all things considered, I would probably be up mingling and talking to as many of those people as possible, and just sort of getting a glad handing. I don't have to role play. I don't have to awkwardly role play every little bit of that, but I would absolutely be chit chatting and introducing and glad handing all of the who's of the business owners in this consortium.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll follow Scrawl around and meet some people as the
Yeah.
face of the shop.
So another thing about the roles in this game is that they have to do with your goals. Like if you tell me I'm trying to glad hand because I'm trying to figure out this piece of information, then that might be a situation where we roll. Or if you're just going around talking because you're just trying to get more familiar, then that's something we don't need to roll about. So
Yeah.
that's kind of how it goes. There's someone, Jira Maha, who is one of the scheduled speakers. And let me see. Yeah, she spoke too, and kind of stood out. Seemed very well spoken, and but didn't, just kind of spoke mostly about keeping things calm and peaceful in night market, not getting too not creating a panic over this. Remember where we live, these kinds of things happen around here, and we have the authorities like the Blue Coats to help keep things in line. So I'll spell that one for you if you want to write it down. DJERA Maha. And that
I had that right, but for the silent D.
Yeah, me too. Tough.
I'll write it down too, so when we play again, and I have to give you a name. Alrighty.
And could I when I watch her, or it's her, right?
Yeah, they're both of the two named characters are both hers.
Okay. When I watch her throughout this, could I tell or figure out what their position is in this area? Could I see was a business owner, several business owner? Is it just a noble person? Is it, just looking at what they're dressed or how they're presenting themselves, how educated they are by the way they spoke?
Yeah, what kind of role would you make for that?
See how much study.
Okay. Give me a roll.
Risky?
Yeah, just keep it standard. Nothing bad's really gonna happen if you.
Okay, yeah, we have two input things to choose from, so it's risky and
yeah, so risky and standard. So unless I say anything, just keep it. Those will be the default. You got a 6, so there you go. You notice since you're paying attention to Jira and trying to suss out what she does, because she doesn't say. Brogan went up and said, "Hey, I operate a tea business here and there." So it sounds like didn't say a whole lot about her own business, just that she had her own financial interests in this city, not just the district. You notice she mentions the city. So and also that you notice her accent slip every once in a while. So every once in a while, her voice, it's subtle. It's really subtle. But every once in a while, something will kind of slip in, and she'll have like a very low accent kind of creep out. Like she had very humble beginnings once upon a time, where all of a sudden the way she'll say an R or something like that will just kind of come off funny, and it's not quite as highbrow as she wants to pretend she is. So
okay.
Yep. But she is very coy about what exactly her business is, just that it's extensive and concerns the whole city. A couple of the other ones, I mean, you're watching everybody. You got a 6. There are others that are actually pretty vocal. I'm the dog race guy, who is everything on like 5 pages. I should put some post-its in here or something. What is this? A Tomb of Annihilation book or something?
Name could be dog race guy for now.
Dog race guy. There's an actual name of the dog race place. Vreen. Master Vreen. He is yeah, he kind of shows up. He kind of seems a little bit out of place when he talks. Master Vreen doesn't hide the fact that he's a little bit rough around the edges. I mean, he runs, the biggest gambling establishment in the city, perhaps. A lot of people love to come bet on the dog races, so it is a very popular place. Yeah, but that's another person of interest that talks there. Master Vreen. He actually even introduces himself. I'm Master Vreen. Vreen.
I spelled that right.
There you go. And you
It's
guys are
also
neighbors.
on the map.
Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Yep.
I didn't cheat, okay?
Wait, is it?
Yeah,
In
it's
the
the
right
center
spot on the
square,
map?
or the hexagon.
The hex. Okay, good.
Tom's like, that's the only way he spelled it right.
In talking to Master Vreen, what's his take on the murder at the dog track? That's his domain.
Somebody owed somebody something. I don't know. It wasn't my doing.
That doesn't keep people away or cause
Nah.
an impediment to the business.
Not so much. Everybody's there. Everybody's looking for a little bit of hope, as it were, right? So
Absolutely. Dogs gotta run. Dogs gotta run. I wonder, we should talk a little bit about opportunities and expansions.
Oh, really?
Of Cabbages and Kings, my friend.
I'm always interested. I mean, I got a few different folks who kind of run their own sports book around the track. There's plenty of business all around for everybody, but folks tend to be a little bit territorial if anybody else wants to come creeping in. So if you're interested in expanding, if that's what I was led to believe, unless you want to buy a dog.
No, I am investing in more sedentary opportunities. Certainly.
Well, there you go then. If that's the case, then we can meet. We can talk. You should come by. I'll be around tomorrow. Come by the track. We can. But I'll warn you. Not everybody's going to be happy to see you there if that's what you're interested in. So, might want to be a little quiet when you show up.
Who in particular should I be concerned about? And I kind of give the kind of sidelong glance around the room at the other characters around us.
Nobody nobody here. The kind of people that run the books aren't usually in this type. I just happen to own land, so I come to these things every now and then. All these hoity-toity types.
Always good to make an appearance, of course. Yes, definitely.
Of course, make myself seem reputable, but I will let you know that the watch out for these folks here. They have their own motives.
Yeah, I was starting to get a sense of that impression. I appreciate your candid, your candor.
So, I could see you tomorrow. That'd be fine. Swing on by.
Excellent. I think I know I'll be in the neighborhood.
Okay. So anybody else want to talk to anybody else or eat more sandwiches or?
Any bankers?
We're gonna talk to Brogan again too.
Mm-hmm. She approaches you if you take too long. She's like, so, what did you think of being new to the market down here? What did you think of? This is our little chamber of commerce, so to speak.
I think it's a very surprisingly strong sort of collection of individuals, a lot of pride in the neighborhood, and a lot of care taken over the things that make a neighborhood like this work.
Yep.
I think it's important that that the people who own the businesses, really have a sense of stewardship over, over the community, as it were.
You have no idea just how much the people that are in this room will fight to keep things safe.
I think safety is should be all of our concern, especially
Indeed.
in times like this. And we're lucky enough to be in one of the few districts that that is sort of a shining light, and it takes a lot of elbow grease to keep it that way. This difficulty, I didn't realize that it was in Yellow Ribbon. These wraiths are unfamiliar, but it happens that I've recently become a bit of a part-time investor in a few establishments in that area. I certainly would be more than happy to be able to lend my services, my eyes, my ears, to the neighborhood watch, as it were.
Indeed. Well then, how about we just leave it at this? If you see anything amiss, you know where to find me in my tea shops over in Tea Leaf, right next door, right across the honey water.
That's a tea leaf, no kidding. Yeah, how about that? About that.
Yeah, and then your guys' actual shop is up. Oh yeah, we have it marked on here. Okay, with the little pink dot. We're on the other end of town, or the district. Okay. Yep. You guys we can continue this as part of the same social thing. If you guys want to talk or plan before you go, what do you guys want to do to talk to Vreen?
I'd like
if that's what you want to do.
Before we group up, I guess to go off and talk to anybody else, I have a question for the group. Maybe would this be a place we might find a buyer for that book?
Certainly a place to start gauging interest.
Who was that one woman that didn't, that seemed to speak as though she was a head above the crowd? She raised the hairs on the back of my neck a bit.
Jeremiah?
That was it. Her business involves the city? I mean,
something around the city.
Well, the thing about your that book is that book does concern the lifeblood of the city. There isn't a whole lot of coal or anything like that, but there's a lot of electricity, especially here in Night Market. I mean, there's running electricity in a lot of these buildings here, a lot of lights, and that's because
it's a permadark world, isn't it?
Yep. And so the power source, well, and the spice comes from the Leviathan hunting. So that's what that map book is.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was Jeremiah's business enterprise. Well, it's that or drugs.
Yeah.
Could very easily be drugs.
Very easily be drugs.
Now, a lot of the ones though that there are a lot of Leviathan hunting ships, and they're usually owned by the noble upper class families. So it's like all the different upper class families tend to have their own whale or Leviathan hunting ships. And yeah, so but they get the ectoplasm pretty much. They get the blood from these things that they come back and refine, and that's what powers the lightning barrier that surrounds the city, that keeps all the crazy ghosts that are wandering the deadlands out there. Is it the Death Wastes? I forget what it was called. I actually wrote it down. The Deathlands that are roaming the Deathlands out there. Just those lightning barriers are what keep everything at bay. And yeah, it's a permadark world. And so this is the only power that's out there. There used to be coal mines and things like that, but they all dried up years and years ago. So, yep. And so Leviathan hunting is the lifeblood of the city for sure.
So I think that'll probably, does that do it for us here?
That can do it for you there, if that's okay. I'm gonna say you guys head back. I mean, I assume you guys head back to your locksmith shop at some point.
Yeah.
The constable that was at the meeting shows up soon after you guys do to your locksmith shop. What
Sir?
were you guys doing there?
I have
I'm trying-
sandwiches.
I'm doing my best to steer these people away from you guys, you know, to more unsavory targets, and you guys are just right there under their nose.
Didn't seem like you were doing much to steer them towards anything.
Well, I do my best. Man.
And I mean, as new to the district and this area, I mean, you'd expect us to show up. It would look a little odd if something happened and we didn't show up as concerned citizens.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've been investigating. You heard me mention a couple of the other murders. There was a murder over in Eventide. The body's already been taken away and dealt with by the spirit wardens. But as we investigated the scene, we found a scrap of paper. Nobody can make much of it, but this caught one of my sergeant's eyes and thought that it might be something you guys are interested in. Which I'd be happy to share with you under the promise if you get any information that leads to an understanding about the murder, that you share that back with us.
You
Is that
want us to solve a murder?
No, we just thought that it might be. We don't want you to solve a murder. We just want you to. We wanted to keep our positive relationship, is how it was phrased to me.
Mm.
So this is something. When you see it, you'll understand. This is something that meant absolutely nothing to us. Might be something of interest to you, is how it was phrased. And since it didn't mean anything to us, our best detectives have looked at it and they can't make any heads or tails of it. So my sergeant pulled it out of evidence and said, "I'll let them have it. If you do come upon some information that might be helpful for us, we would appreciate a little back and forth. But honestly, you might not come across anything, and we're not asking you to go above and beyond and investigate a murder, but it might be interesting for you."
I understand entirely.
Perfect. This piece of paper right here. Did it pop up? Nope. Lame. Hold on. Edit. All players' journals. Edit. Alright. Save changes. Now show it to players.
There it is.
There we go.
Aha.
I was told that might be something interesting for you.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
So that's all I know about it. It doesn't make any sense to me. So yeah.
Thanks, Constable. Thank you, Constable. Appreciate it. I will.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Oh, give us an evening's entertainment at the very least, puzzling over this.
Okay.
I imagine Joseph Lee and myself are just like crowded around this little piece of paper, talking to each other about codes and what standard codex this could be and which cryptography we should use to unlock it. This is our jam.
I think you just got to read it. I mean, Micty Spark, yeah, there's words in there.
Did you guys notice it has our box on it?
Yeah, Rusty. We saw that.
What?
You guys also, you as people would probably recognize the shape.
This is the shape of the city.
Yeah.
It is not the shape of the city.
One of the districts.
It's a
One of the
district.
districts.
Is
The
district?
one we are in.
It is this district.
No, is it?
No.
The one we're
No,
in is
not
more
quite.
peninsula. I don't have the map for the whole thing for some reason.
It might be partial on the one that we're in.
Give me a second here. Let me see if I have a.
It's not the one we're in.
No, this one's more like a drumstick shaped.
Hold on. Let me see if I can pop it up. It looks like the continent.
The
Okay.
continent?
Mm.
Oh, geez. So the dot at the very, very top is this city, isn't it?
Yep. Akaros. That's a nice
Why-
picture too.
Why is there a box? Why is there a box at this dot in the middle of the continent? What are these dots? Are these cities?
I would assume so.
You recognize that? Yeah, those are some of the other cities. So give me a sec.
We're gonna need more maps, boss.
Oh boy.
Yep, I'm getting there.
What have you done?
I'm trying to give you lots of fun.
Yeah, at this point, like Scrawl's like just like what? Just handed it over. Like, what is this?
I don't know if that went through or not. Oh, yep, there it went. So let me.
I like the name of it too. Locked map.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Lock equals key. Samuel said,
What?
What have you done?"
We're gonna go to the other city and run into our Turtles characters.
Oh,
They've got codes too.
All right, there you go. There's a world map.
Oh, okay. Yes, definitely more
Yeah.
to the continent. And the major cities are already on there.
Yeah.
Yep, so there's makes sense.
Yeah, there are only a handful, only a dozen cities in the world, so you know where the cities are.
Wait, I can't open both these at the same time?
Akaros is the continent.
Oh, there they go.
So that's not Ravencourt. That box isn't a city. That's just the mountains down there.
Yeah, it's in the
Oh,
mountains.
son of a gun. But it seems like there's a railroad that goes there. Or there used to be. Well, now we have another long-term goal.
So the way I'm planning on running this is throwing lots of different options out at you, and then you guys as a crew get to kind of decide, let's work on this now. You guys get to, this is
It'll
very
probably be
player
whatever
driven.
the last one you give us is.
Well, you got two things right now. You got your map book, and then you got this different map, and then a meeting at the hound races. What I think I want to do, that was a small little thing. I think I want to go ahead and call that score and let you have some downtime so you can kind of start filling in some wheels, because I think what's going to happen over at the races is going to be a little bit more involved. And in fact, we can go ahead and have that conversation if you guys were planning on going over there first, and then you guys can kind of decide how you want to proceed if you want to proceed in that direction.
Okay. So yeah, we were gonna go meet the dog track guy tomorrow. He's open to changing partnerships, it sounds like, but we're gonna have to get the opposition out of the way.
Yeah.
He's fine with violence, but we know other community members are very much not.
Mm-hmm.
And I worry about Tea Leaf being right there on the edge by the dog track. I really hope we don't walk into Mama Brogan's major money op. I hope it's anybody else, but we got to roll the dice, right?
All right.
So what do we do to prepare for that? Anything, or do you just is that the stuff you just make up in mid score?
Let's go have that conversation first, and then we'll have some downtime, and then you guys can decide how, if you decide you want to, how you want to get rid of the opposition, which is really what it's going to come down to. So this is all still part of our last score. We're still talking and socializing with everybody. So you guys go there the next day, unless anybody had something else going on right now. Okay.
The only thing I ever worry about that is the in-game veneer being like awkward or suspicious that 5 people randomly walk into a situation where 1 or 2 would just be more pragmatic, versus all of us as a group of players wanting to be engaged in the game, right?
I think Gideon wouldn't actually go. I think Gideon would stay at the locksmith shop and work on this note, because that's what I intend to do for the next 20 or so minutes.
I know Rusty and Vina are coming to the dog track, right?
Oh yeah.
Rusty is very familiar with the dog track. He has cut off a lot of thumbs there.
Yeah, and then
he has both his own though, right?
Yeah, well, of course.
Okay.
I don't know
his original thumbs.
Yes.
But the question is, do I bring Cerberus, or would that cause too much attention? He might like
he's a dog
Cerberus.
guy. That's making a
Exactly.
friend. Yeah.
He might like it. It might help us.
Yep.
But he also might want to buy him.
So who's
Be
going?
Yep.
I'd go.
Rusty would absolutely go. He knows his way around the track very well.
Scrawl's going.
It's not his vice, at least not his official one.
We're going to have a
around.
We are, after this conversation, we'll have a downtime. So if those of you that aren't going want to start thinking about what you're doing, this will be part of that downtime.
Excellent.
I can't open up the maps again. What is going on? I closed them and now I can't open them again.
And open, so I think it's you.
They're in handouts.
He's doing it.
I know, they're not.
They open for me.
Yeah, it's just you. Sorry.
Alright, well, I'm going to reconnect.
Sorry, Joey. No puzzles for you, bud.
Yeah. Are you staying back?
In the Discord, if you want in the Discord.
I can.
I could do it if you want.
Yeah, cool.
I saved them on my desktop so I can study it.
That is a legitimate code,
Yep.
but I did make it. But
yeah, I know you.
But I also made it a bit tougher than just a straight Caesar cipher. So.
Yep. Figured that already.
Yeah, but you know Milo's got this. That last one, Milo figured it out in seconds.
Yeah, we'll see.
No pressure. No pressure.
This is not going to be that. So just reframe those expectations.
Alright, refresh the page, now I can open it.
But it is the same level of difficulty of something I would have given my students. So, because I did a whole unit on cryptography. So.
Okay, way to make me feel real good if I can't get this in the next 30 minutes or so.
It's a short message, so you don't have a lot to play around with. The longer messages are easier to decipher. So
yeah,
it's not super long. I just wrote it this afternoon, so I don't know how long would reasonably take.
So really, Milo, you should get it in
not making me feel better about my ability to do this puzzle.
I will
in
be
game
extremely
though,
disappointed.
We can decipher the puzzle as a long-term. We can add that as a long-term project too. And what you just spend time working on it, because your character might get it faster than you could, and that wouldn't be unreasonable. So trying to give you an out. Cool. So I'm sorry. Joseph Lee, are you going to the track or are you staying back?
I'm staying back.
Okay. So the three of you and what's your dog?
Cerberus, you know.
Cerberus. The Cerberus, yes.
The Cerberus, yeah.
Head down to the track, and it is race day when you get down there. Almost every day is race day, but not a major event or anything, but there's always people milling around of all different classes. There are the stands are actually fill out that octagon, so it's the track itself located towards the inside. Plenty of stands, and just like what you'd expect at a racetrack, where you have the box seats in different spots and the lower rabble kind of crowding together near the fence. And yeah, a lot of betting going on.
First stop would be to get some bets in.
Sure.
Pay for the privilege of being there.
How do you make your bet?
How do I make my bet?
Yeah.
I'd probably go standard. Like I'm not looking for an off books character leaning around. I'm going to whatever the major window is.
I mean, how do you? I was mostly asking, how do you decide who you're betting on?
Oh, what are the names?
Yeah, what kind of dogs are they really?
Let's see. Gypsy's Fire is one of them. Let's see what else we got. I'm making up names here. What do we got?
That was the first one. So
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not a pop quiz for me, sir. That's a pop quiz for you. You tell me the names of 5 dogs, I'll tell you which one I put my money
on. Let's see. Eel Skin Leathers is another one. Let's see. Andrus's Finesse. The Wiry Bowman. And, Wants to Be a Horse.
that one, obviously.
Wants to Be a Horse is a long shot, just so you know.
I'm gonna do Wants to Be a Horse.
I'm in for Gypsy's Fire. And I'll spot Rusty for the Bowman.
Wiry Bowman to place.
Let's see. One for this fortune roll. I'm gonna make a fortune roll. What am I doing here?
What kind of dogs are they though? Are they like greyhounds or something?
Yeah, something along those lines. Definitely long, wiry hound dogs. A little bit bigger than a greyhound. They're a little bit meaner looking than a greyhound. What about Cerberus? What kind of dog is Cerberus?
He's kind of he's not really a dog. I'm pretty sure he's a spirit.
Oh, that's right.
Spirit hound. So that's why I was like, he's gonna cause a lot of
He's a ghost dog?
Yeah, he's a ghost dog. He's imbued with spirit, and gains an arcane ability, ghost form. And so
What was he like, summoned from the ethereal, or is he an actual?
He's always with me.
An actual dog.
He's a trained hunting pet, is what it says.
Okay, so you get to pick what kind of dog he is.
I know, but I was going to remember I told you I was going to do like a Monty Python where it was like this little cute thing and then it like super attacks. But then I decided to make it like a big, scary looking, probably like Mastiff looking dog. Or maybe even like a cane corso or something. I'll find a good picture and then I'll put it in there.
We did the DNA test on our dog Maggie, our giant Irish Wolfhound Chesapeake Retriever mix.
Nice.
Neither of those things.
Yeah.
Neither of those things at all. She's giant size and she is kind of split evenly between 4 breeds. We have Poodle, Rottweiler, Pit Bull, and German Shepherd.
Oh. Okay, I can see Poodle because I thought your dog was a curly-coated retriever.
Yeah. Yep. She was. Yep.
It's okay. You know that white fluff ball that they set behind us, the big one? They told me Jack Russell Terrier when I adopted him. He's 70 pounds now. So.
Yeah, that's not a.
not Jack Russell.
Right. So. So this is you're a hound, right? This is a hound thing.
The dog, Cerberus?
The dog.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm a hound. Yes. It's Ghost Hunter. Its special ability is Ghost Hunter.
To choose an additional arcane.
So right now, yeah.
Okay.
And he's free, so he doesn't count as part of my load.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Well, you can't be the only hound in town, so
I hope not. If not, maybe I can change its form so it looks like one of the dogs from Master of Reen, so that way they think he's the culprit, not us. Because is that what it means? Is like I can change the form each time, or is it like that's the form he's in now, and that's what
I don't know. Let's find out.
Okay. Because it might cause a problem for us guys. It might not be very conspicuous. So maybe I should make it look like one of the hound dogs that are racing.
You walk with what your dog looking like however your dog looks.
Yep.
Okay.
We're not gonna be worried about it.
Okay.
This goes even. So I think it's a living hunting pet that you have that you imbue with spirit energy. And so it has the ability to turn into a ghost form and do all these other, it has all these different special powers. So it's like a magical dog. So it's not necessarily always a floating ghost unless you want it to be. And I think you get to choose one. It gains an art. Yeah, you get to choose. So did you choose ghost form for it?
No. If we're going in to go just talk to him, he looks like a...
Well, I mean, but is that what you as a character, you get, it says you pick one. It gains one in arcane ability, ghost form, mind link, or arrow swift.
Oh, I did pick ghost form.
Okay, so yeah, but that's it. It does it when it wants to.
Okay, perfect.
So it can just walk around and look like a normal dog until you want it to do other things.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Cool. So yep, your doggo is there and just walking around. Don't see really anybody else with dogs, but nobody really gives you a second look, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, and there is a main window there, but there are also, you notice other people that look to have small little crowds around him that are taking bets. Some offering slightly different odds on different dogs depending on what it is. So that's how they kind of handle their bets and why people would go to them instead of just to the regular window. Yeah, and you notice one of the people taking bets looks a little beat up. I think he's got a black eye. Stands out to you, just catches your eye. Oh, look at that. Nice.
What did I miss?
Okay. Discord.
Oh.
And his Vreen's offices are easy enough to find. Do you want to see him before or after the race? This is like the first of 5 races today that you guys put your money on.
How long do the races usually last?
2 minutes, maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Watch the first race and then we'll go talk to him.
There you go. Fortune roll. So you put money on 3 different horses.
We made it easy. It's gonna go to the one that we didn't put money on.
Ooh. I'll take. Okay, so 6. So let's see. With a 6, that was a fortune roll, is what that was. So I'm going to say the long shot paid off. Are you guys pooling your money, or is this each people? Did you guys bet your own money? How'd that work out?
Oh. I mean, we probably would have done it together, right? We just put 3 bets.
I
down?
forget what you said. Like it was like I put some money down for Rusty on this one.
I spotted Rusty, but paid my own. I didn't think about Vina. I
I
figured
mean,
Vina.
yeah,
had the
technically I
pocket
put
coin.
my own money.
All right then.
Yeah, Skrull didn't believe me. He knew it was a long shot.
Vina, give yourself an extra coin
Nice.
on your character sheet. And Rusty, you were just bet on yours to show, right?
Place.
Just place. Yeah. I don't know how to bet.
So low expectations.
You didn't want to do win, place, or show?
I have seen too many bets go horribly wrong, and then somebody like me shows up. And this is not my vice.
You gotta hit that trifecta.
I will say that you win, but not enough that it affects your coin, because coin is an abstract term. So you win though. Yay.
Does it cure my flesh wound?
No.
Hold on, back to Cypher.
But the long shot comes in, so that was the fortune.
Perfect.
So. Yeah, there it is. So you see at least 3 others, and you also notice that the one who has a black eye is staring you guys down a little bit.
All right.
Yep.
All right. What's he look like?
He's dressed in pretty nice clothes. You know, he's actually wearing a tie, which kind of stands out a little bit. But you know, he doesn't look very comfortable in his tie. He looks almost like he's wearing a bow tie and a t-shirt would be the look he was going for. But yeah, I don't know. If you want to, I don't know what you want to do. If you want to do something, there might be a roll involved, but
I nudge Skrull, and I point at the guy over there.
Well, he's gonna, he's not happy that we're here at all. He's gonna be even less happy that we're gonna go talk to Vreen.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to distract him? Do we care? Do we want to quietly avail ourselves of him?
Sure, we can help him in some way.
Right?
Should we casually go over there and see what he wants?
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to cause a scene before we go have our meeting. I'm thinking maybe just distract him or something so that we can go talk to Vreen and figure out the situation a little bit better without getting in a conflict over it.
Okay. What's our game plan of distraction?
I mean, don't be looking at me like the character's a spider. I got things all up my sleeve and everything, sure, but like I'm not running the show. Y'all got creative minds too.
I'm a hunter from the.
You're not. You're an amateur ornithologist.
Whoa, amateur.
Oh, you messed up now.
Do you work in like the ornithology department at the university?
No, I don't. But
Then you're an amateur. You're not paid for your ornithology skills.
Damn.
Paul's keeping quiet.
You probably could be.
Shots fired.
Oh.
Okay, so he.
He's just over there taking bets. He's not doing anything. You just noticed him look at you guys and kind of maybe gave you a bit of a stink eye.
I mean, Breen said that was going to happen, that they weren't going to be too happy with us coming regardless. We knew that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so are we trying to like get up in the guy's face right now or
I say we just leave him.
see what happens?
We were going to go talk to Breen anyway.
Cool.
Even if we distract him right now, he's going to come back and see us.
So to Vreen's office you go, and you just walk on in. It's like, oh, Master Vreen was expecting you. Nice person out front there invites you in. Welcome. So I see you found the place all right. You win anything yet?
We did, as a matter of fact.
You bet on that wannabe horse.
We did, yes.
Smart. He's one of my favorites. So I understand you folks might be interested in some business. We got a new crew moving into the area, it looks like. That's fine with me, despite what was said in that meeting last night.
Oh, a man that appreciates the value of an opportunity.
Yep. I take it you guys were getting the wraiths out of here? That was you guys?
Yeah, in spite of how that situation seemed to develop for them, they seem to be an altogether violent element in the city.
Most of the time.
Most are glad to be done with them.
They've tried to expand and branch out a little bit, but they're pretty useless overall. They run one of the books outside.
I see. The fellow, the fellow with the fresh shiner that was none too happy to see us, I imagine.
Might be part of your group. Usually they wear masks, so. Yeah, the ones you guys ran into the other night were mostly all wearing masks.
Oh.
Yeah, Rusty has a couple of the mess for problems later.
Oh, we might have given him that shiner. That's right. We told him get out of here and leave with your lives, didn't we? Oops. Oops.
But whatever happens, if the way I kind of run my business is there's room for about 3 different crews to be taking bets down there. You probably saw them down near the fence. This is a big little hexagon we got here, plenty of room to spread out. But I don't want any more than that. But if you want to invite your friend down there to leave in whatever way seems most fitting to you guys and your outfit, I have no problem with it. Just remember old Master Vreen when you're making your collections. Little upward flow never hurts anybody.
Well, I mean that's just the rent for the space, Master Vreen, of course.
Of course.
So yes, it seems we've already sort of prearranged a space for ourselves around the ring, which is fantastic. I'm just so that we're not stepping on the toes of our neighbors. Who are the other benefactors of this arrangement?
One of them, you might have seen him actually at the meeting last night. I don't know if any of you noticed. He's part of that group That group last night, they're the Hive. And they're a collection of a merchant's guild who doesn't always run with things that are on the up and up. As important and
They're
as
the big
official as
dogs around here.
yeah, and anybody that's kind of disrupting their operations, they don't like it all that much. And so that's their chief concern, is any sort of violence like this is going to bring unwanted attention to their own operations that they got, whatever they're running down the canals. So
Where's their kind of their turf, or where did they?
Gotta be.
they are all over the city, but they got
All
quite a. But this being the merchant district, they have quite a few fingers in their in the pies over here. So, but they have operations all over the city. Like I said, it's kind of a chamber of commerce would be the best way to think of it.
So is it so much that we're in competition with the Hive, or that we want to be a part of the Hive, or that it's more likely that at certain times we will be working in concert with the Hive's interests and at other times against them?
Probably the last thing. Yeah, that would most likely be the case. You guys seem like you're just on the up and up, or you're just up and coming at this point, and I don't think they're going to really pay too much attention to you so long as you don't make life difficult for them. Yeah.
No, we plan to help make things as easy as they can be.
There you go. So there you have it. So I will leave it to you. You guys can go meet amongst yourselves and decide how you best want to go ahead and deal with the competition. So the Hive runs one of the books, and this other crew, I'll give you a name for them at some point, but another bigger crew. So they're a crew that's going to be higher than, yeah,
a tier or two up from us yet.
Yes.
But Mr. Wraith is all by his lonesome, and this isn't his territory anymore.
Well,
and we already gave them the hope tax. They left with their lives. He was a little too hopeful to come back and think he could make some coin off these races.
Yeah. Thought from them. Just reading through real quick, trying to see a really good little. I don't know. It's not important at this point, but. Yeah. Oh, I think I'll just call it. Oh, the Crows. It's the Crows.
The Crows.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I was gonna say call it the murder for a murder of crows.
No, it's the Crows. They mostly stay in their own turf. They're over in Crow's Foot, so they're mostly over there. But they send a person in here. They've kind of earned a little spot at our track. They have their hands in a lot of different games of chance. That's their thing. So they wanted a spot, they earned it. So
okay.
So what is their trade exactly? They just do.
They're a gang. That is their trade. The Crows are an old gang with known for running illegal games of chance and extortion rackets. They claim all of Crow's Foot as their turf, and everyone in the district pays them up the chain to them. So totally different district, but they have somebody. Yeah, they're big enough. They're a big enough operation that they had a couple guys come over and take bets at the track. So where is my notes? Write some of this down. That sounds important. Track. So you got the Hive, Crows, and the Wraiths. Cool. Alrighty. You guys, there'll be races here every day this week. When you guys feel like coming back. Until then, things will just keep running as they're running until you guys decide you want to do something. It was a pleasure meeting y'all. Thank you so much.
Master Vreen, you have yourself a wonderful afternoon.
And I don't know if
see
you
you
want to
soon.
say, absolutely. And I don't know if you want to say or do anything before you leave, or if you want to go recollect yourselves and make some plans.
I mean, do we want to just clean this guy up on the way out?
I want
Or
to, but aren't we still worried? Aren't we a little close to what's her name? Brogan.
Brogan.
Like, aren't we worried
Brenna-
about getting spotted by?
well, I mean, nobody wants to see anymore. It would not go good if there was another murder today.
Yes.
Here at the
Look
dog track.
suspicious.
But if there was a guy lured away for drinks, that's not a big deal.
Happens.
Yeah.
It's a shame you didn't bring any muscle with you. Oh, wait.
Could we just pull the old, like, we walk up on him and, hey, let's go for a walk?
Like Rusty come in with his hand on his neck.
Absolutely.
A pistol in his back, and,
Mm,
we had an understanding. Let's take a little walk.
Yeah.
Someplace quiet, see if we can't work this out. Hopefully it's been a lucrative day for you. If so, you could maybe buy your way, into breathing another day.
All right. How would you guys like to, what sort of action is that? What are you going to roll?
That would be.
What would that be?
Probably command.
Command. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to call that one so are you guys all doing this together? So let's go over some of the other little mechanics on these rolls. You can assist, which is where you take one stress to give another player a 1 die.
I'll be
you may-
assisting on this because I can do it without taking a stress.
Okay.
Perfect. I have
Uh,
1 pip in command.
I also do.
I have none.
But
Okay.
I'd probably assist as well by having Cerberus being that scary factor as well while Rusty's grabbing onto him. That's how you would assist, right? Like say how you would assist them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can multiple people assist?
Only one person can
Oh,
assist.
never
so
mind.
It's just extra at that point. But yeah, you need to explain how you're assisting. Yeah.
Then scroll because you won't take.
Okay, so
You'll,
then in my
You speak. I'll grab him.
yeah, you're the guy that comes up with the nice firm, clutch and the something poking in the soft spots, and then and I just talk.
All right.
What's our position?
Your position is risky,
Okay.
and
And we did kick his ass the other day, so
okay. So I will say, yeah, standard effect.
1 bonus die from the assist.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll roll and then role play how bad this turns out.
All you need is 1 good roll. 4. That's a success. That is a success with consequences.
Yeah, we're not.
two
We
what?
were very sneaky about it.
And that's what
We
it's gonna
thought we
be.
were.
People are gonna kind of notice. The other. Yeah. Okay. You go up and you do it. He's like, "What? Ah, you guys again. What are you gonna do? What?" And he goes with you.
We're gonna take a little walk, and I'm gonna say exactly what I said. I think, like, we're gonna take a little walk, and we're gonna see, just how successful a day it's been. I know it's early yet,
Mhm.
but hopefully that first rate was a lucrative one for you, because and you can buy your way into walking out of this district, and not ever coming back.
I'm not the one who makes those decisions. That's not how this works. I can give you my take for the day, but you're stirring up a whole mess of problems right now.
What do you mean?
Well, already my runner is probably heading back to go get the rest of the gang to come take care of you guys. So I don't know if you saw him or not. You didn't see him.
We did not.
You did not.
Of course we
the
saw him.
So right now you do what you want to me, but I'm telling you, you are bringing a whole mess of problems down. You want open warfare? This is where it's heading with us.
I was under the position that we were already in that position. We made it very clear the other night that that you were done in night market. Your whole racket was.
So,
I believe we asked you to leave.
well, you got your little area. We have more areas than just over by Guildhall. So, but God damn, that's impressive. Holy hell.
Thank you.
Wow.
Give me more ciphers.
Nice job, Milo.
Thanks.
All right. Did you figure out what the keyword was, or did you?
Lock.
Lock.
Yeah.
Lock equals key. Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
You're welcome. Damn.
A very nice cipher. Well done.
That was really good.
Wow, that's great. That is fantastic. Impressive.
Now give it to your students and see how long it takes them.
Now here's the question: Does Gideon use the our guild power to whisper message all of us essentially that I've cracked the code?
I think probably eventually. I think he and Joseph Black would have a little excited moment to themselves. But then, yeah, totally, they would remember that they could do that.
Because if that happens in the middle of us talking to this guy, that's the sort of with operatives like this, we'll gang war whoever comes our way. Shake him, Rusty. Let's go home.
So,
I mean, this would be the first time we've used the whisper, right? I think he'd be like, "Hey, I don't know if does this work? Hey guys, so we cracked the code. It says buried in the shadow of the northern mountain called Skellers is where the vault is locked, but there's some letters that are different. Okay, I hope you guys are doing well. This has been Gideon. Goodbye."
Rusty is shocked and accidentally stabs right in the kidney.
Yeah, I didn't catch much of what he said, but he cracked it, right? I mean, that's amazing. We've only been gone for an hour. I mean, jeez. I think he's probably stayed up all night.
We have terrible cops in this place.
If they're wrong letters, that is entirely my fault, not the. It must have been just a sloppy code writer.
Dang it! I was really hoping I had found the code within the code.
Yeah, try to throw us off.
That's actually what they do. It is
I know.
It's a Legionnaire cipher. Yeah.
It's great. ONY is going to be the next key for the next cipher he throws. I might as well keep this around.
There you go. Well, it might have to be now. I mean, you hold on to it. That could be. Yes, it was on purpose.
Yes. Lean into it.
All right.
Milo and I were tossing ideas back and forth.
Yeah, I already had you. Oh, yeah, you guys already had a -1 I'm looking at the factions on your faction sheet, and you already had a -1 status with the hive,
Oh.
and you went down to a -1. So you guys had a skirmish with the wraiths, a pretty rough skirmish, but you're not at full-blown war yet, and so war has specific consequences that are written on there. So yeah. Okay.
So realistically, Rusty, did you did you stab that? Did you shank this guy? You're a little unstable. I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I honestly felt like we could have just robbed him and been like, "Don't come back to the track."
Well, no, it was on accident.
You accidentally shanked him?
Gideon's not here.
Don't put this on me. Don't put this man's death on me. Just solve the puzzle. Wanted to share it with my friends.
If Rusty is controlled enough that if it was a surprise, it's just a little stick. It didn't go all the way into the kidney. Just woke the guy up a little bit.
Ah,
Scare him.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rusty, hey, all right. I don't think we need to go there. And I'll
No, I didn't mean to. It was Gideon.
here.
Oh, Starling.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Never had that.
This is our take, and he hands you.
Well,
We'll be getting that back soon. And he hands you a coin, is what he hands you. So,
All right.
If we see you again, it won't be
Down
by
for a
surprise.
coin.
Did I put that in the group one then?
you can. Okay. So, he wants to leave. Are you going to let him leave?
Next time I won't be so nice.
That's what we
Alright.
said last time.
I know.
I feel
I'm
like
letting him
we're
go.
holding our dicks here.
We good? You're the one that didn't want me to stab him.
I know. God damn it. I don't want open war. I don't
Like,
want
and this is an open conversation in front of the guy. Like I wanted to stab him, and you.
I don't give
"Oh,
a fuck
stab him."
about him. I just don't want to piss off the rest of the community.
Cerberus was kind of hungry.
Right. I'll stab you. The dog will eat you.
Yeah.
You're going to let
Right,
me go?
well.
I don't know. Are we gonna see you again? Because I tell you, third time's real bad.
All
You
right.
said a moment ago that you'd be back and be getting your money back and we'd be seeing you. So if you're coming back to place bets, and if it so happens that we have to pay him out, I guess that's fair and all right with the world. Otherwise,
We are legitimate businessmen.
it's gonna be a problem. In fact, you want to get a bet in on the second race, and I'll flip through his billfold.
I just
We'll
want
give
to
you good
go.
odds.
You just want to go.
All right.
All right. You guys let him go. Or you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to kill him, but I feel like
It's 8 o'clock. We haven't murdered yet.
too many deaths.
Rusty's getting antsy.
You went to a community
Listen, I'm
meeting.
trying to get experience points. I need to stab somebody.
Oh yeah.
I gotta solve problems with violence.
Oh, that's one of your playbook ones or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my main one.
Well, they haven't abandoned their spot. So where things are, you chased away the guy who was working today, but they haven't abandoned their spot. So what are you going to do to keep them from coming back in force? What are you going to do to make sure that this place stays yours? So that's what we can talk about what your next score is going to be. So we're going to call this score good. You socialized with all the people in the area. You met some important people. You got some names. You got an important clue. And so you have lots of different things to look at right now. I will let you know that the Deathlands is a scary place. So trying to find some sort of a safe way to get in and out of there is important. So what we've kind of done is I've kind of set up a couple of your, if you look on the crew sheet, You collected turf on the left. You can work towards securing your vice den, which
Mhm.
would be the racetrack. You can work towards
Oh, Ancient
uh,
Gate. Safe
Ancient
Passage
Gate.
in the Deathlands. Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
you
why would
move that a little bit.
So trying to find some sort of an ancient gate, that would be the next thing you could work for there. Or there's the completely unrelated to this sheet operation on trying to, destroy some hope and some Leviathan hunters with that map book. So you kind of have 3 different possible threads you can go down at this point. What I'd like to do right now is let's go ahead and have some official downtime. And instead of having to start a clock to decipher the thing, that is no longer needed. So there you go. That's your reward. You don't have to spend any downtime activities to decipher this thing.
Excellent.
There you go. Slide us over to our downtime menu.
Way to go, Milo.
Thanks. I like
That was
ciphers.
I didn't look at it to see if there was any. I mean, did you just start with lock, or were you like counting letters and doing
I
any
started
of the?
with lock. I mean, I started by checking to see if it was just a regular old substitution, but it was clearly not. So I moved on to lock as the key.
Nice. Cool.
Good clue, because I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Lock equals key. What the fuck does that mean? That's silly.
All right.
Not a
So,
guy.
so Joseph Lee Black, you kind of started your downtime early. What have you been working on?
Well, I thought I was helping with that, but really I was just there watching.
You were watching and you figured it out quicker than you needed to, so you still have time to do other things.
I would be very much invested into finding this book and setting up the scam of really destroying someone's hope.
So trying to the forgery.
Finding a good forgery for this.
Okay. So what you need to do is describe how you're trying to find a forgery and what skill you're using, and roll it. And then how well you roll determines how much we fill in the clock. Pull the character. I'll let you guys play with the character sheet.
I don't know what skill would really be under this. What would you guys think? I mean, I need help on this one.
It depends on, I guess, what you're trying to do. Are you just working on the physical copy of the book?
I mean, could I forge it if that's the point?
Well, I might be able to. My tinker skill is pretty high, and we have a workshop, so I could potentially do that. But if you wanted to like you're a books person, if you wanted to tell me what this book is made of particularly, or the binding of it, or how it was made, or the specific ink, then all that good stuff.
I would totally study it more for that, and then give a detailed description of how we could replicate it.
So you're going to work on studying the book to prepare to start creating the actual physical copy. So that sounds like a good skill to use. So go ahead and give me a study roll.
And you said everything's the same. No bonus die.
You got a 6. So according to that long-term project, you get to fill in 3 segments. We are halfway there. So let me. I'll do the one on the table if somebody wants to fill it in on the crew sheet.
Sure.
Because there's a clock there.
I think Matt was handling that.
I've got it open.
My bad mouse drawing skills. I'm not doing this on the nice tablet with the pen. There you go. Cool. All right, and you have one more activity, Joseph Lee.
Well, since I can't really help with much of actually making it, I will, I guess, advance my playbook.
Okay.
And that's 1 tick of that.
And that's the one at the bottom, right?
Yep.
Yep. How far are you along? I forget, because you did a lot of the training last time.
I have 3 notches.
Cool. Let's see. Rusty, what you want to do? Just going to go in the order I see on my screen here.
Hmm?
Well, helps if I have my mic on. I'm putting 2 pips into my playbook. I want to level that up. I now
Okay.
have 1, 2, 3. I now have 5.
Okay, so the training part,
Uh-huh.
you can do
Oh, I can only do 1 right now, huh?
in
Or-
that particular track. So if you
Okay.
want to put another one into a different, one of the attribute tracks up above, you can do that. If you
Yeah,
want to.
I will do 1 into playbook and 1 into resolve, which is 2. We get 1 free,
Mm-hmm.
and that is mine.
Cool. Scrawl, what you doing?
So when we put one into resolve, we get one for free.
Yep.
Yep.
We get 2.
That's one of your special abilities or something.
Okay, I'll do that, and then also let's see. So right now it would there's nothing to work on by way of the dog track, right? Planning for that. That's next score.
That'll be next score, so that'll be getting ready for how
Okay.
you're going to deal with them.
Then I want to work on the find a buyer side of things.
Okay.
Given that what you mentioned that the noble houses all have their own little Leviathan fleets and supplies or operations. They're really the ones that seem to control the supply at that level. That's the world I came from once upon a time. So I would know who to ask potentially or poke around with that.
Okay.
So this is going to be a consort.
Okay.
I have 2 in consort. Does that matter? Just make a consort roll, right?
You make a consort roll and it will do the thing for you. And then just keep everything on standard stuff.
Okay.
Default.
Which is that is that controlled for position?
It'd be
Or is that
risky standard.
So
Yeah.
risky standard is the default. Okay.
In the downtime, that part doesn't really play in so much because there aren't specific negative consequences. You just don't advance as far if you don't roll well. But you rolled a 4, so that's going to get you 2 segments.
Hey, that's cool.
Scribble, scribble, scribble.
Scroll.
All right, so you're good. Match. What do you got?
Let's do some tinkering. Let's try to make this book happen.
All right.
Forge a forgery.
Four. That's going to be 2 more ticks.
So close. So close to having this book done.
Well, and just to let you know, any of these you can always spend coin to raise the result level. So on any of these things, like we're doing with the find a buyer or forge a copy, you can spend coin to click it up to the next level of success.
I'll spend a coin for that.
Okay.
On the forge a copy.
That'll get you the rest of the way, because that would get it from the 4, 5, 2 segments to the 6, 3 segments version.
Yeah.
So guess what?
Well, tell you what, take your coin back because that's the one that we just got from looting the bookie.
There you go. He helped you in your operation. So you got a copy. Looks solid. It looks the same, but of course with bad info in it, right? That was the idea.
That was the idea.
Yep. So cool.
Wow, all right.
Where do those live? You guys have tell me about your base. Where do you keep valuable items like that?
I mean, I think we have a safe, not to be too on the nose about it, right? But
probably a few.
Probably at least one.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Lots of locks, lots of keys.
Mm-hmm.
So Rusty, you just missed it. The coin that you got off of the the wraith back at the track. They spent that to increase the result level of the tinkering roll. So now we have a nice looking book.
Sounds good.
Do we take that coin off of the page then?
Yeah, if you put it on there, take it back off. Yeah.
Okay.
That's been spent. Bought
Yeah,
some
right.
more resources.
So
Bought
our
the right ink. Bought all the things that Joseph Lee Black researched to figure out what you'd need to have the right kind of ink so that it's convincing. A good looking book that's going to do the same thing. And then that coin was to buy the quality materials you need instead of trying to make it do with just some random book you had. So that explains getting there faster.
Yeah. And in my
my-
studies, I also found a really good spot to lead these Leviathan hunters that would inevitably lead them to their doom.
Yep.
Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Marty, you want to give us that coin? Give us a coin back though, because that was actually our second coin that we had looted off the guy. So we're still floating at 1 as a group. Right?
Nice.
We're not totally broke, but we had to have this fancy workshop.
It's come in handy already.
Clearly.
All right. And did you do a second thing, Match? I don't remember. You did, yeah.
I will upgrade my my playbook advancement. Thank
Okay.
you.
Cool. And Vina.
So we didn't really do anything. I'm not stressed. Don't need to heal. So when you do your playbook, you do 1 in the playbook and then you could train in something else. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's 4 areas to put experience points on your
Mhm.
playbook. You got the playbook at the bottom, which
Mhm.
gets you other special abilities. And then you have the 3 attributes up at the top. The insight, prowess, or resolve.
Yes.
And
Okay.
when they fill up, you're able to put an extra dot on one of the sub skills underneath.
Okay. So I would train and I'd put 1 in playbook. So I'll put 1 there and then 1 in insight.
Okay. You guys do have 2 heat on you, and we haven't really talked about. But I was just, we didn't get into payoff and stuff. I skipped.
Oh
a
yeah,
couple of
that's one of the
steps.
things that you can put
Yeah,
that
reduce
action
heat.
into is reduce heat.
Yeah, but I think we're going to end up with another downtime, so you guys can rack up the heat a little bit more before you get there.
I'm gonna go brew up a little coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
I was gonna say downtime seems like a good coffee time.
I'm gonna say payoff for a score, a minor job, several purses. I'm gonna say give you guys put 2 more coin on the crew sheet.
Okay.
You're able to you get the coins off of him, and as you're standing there with his purse and his book, a couple other people come up and actually try and make some bets with you guys. So you guys start to get your feet wet a little bit, and you're able to make a little bit of coin before you actually leave the track.
Yeah, we know it's clear for the afternoon at least.
Yep. And 2 rep, and you're gonna get 3 rep.
3.
Yeah, because the Wraith is still higher tier than you guys, so you get an extra bonus.
Do you want me to put that in there?
Yeah, put that on the character sheet.
2, 3.
So you guys are getting up there fast. What is that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah.
And you got that turf filled in. That stays filled in. That last black one right there. That was the turf you acquired. So 4 more rep, and you guys are tier 1. Right now, you're tier 0.
Oh.
So.
We're amateurs.
Yes.
Like my ornithology skills.
Yeah.
Heat. I'm gonna say.
Uh-oh. We
You're
did
gonna.
stab somebody.
Yeah, I'm gonna say you take 2 heat. That was gonna be the complication, is you guys weren't as sly as you wanted to be, pulling that guy around the corner. So it looked a little bit shady. So, but just 2 heat.
It looked shady when we pulled him away, and then he stumbled back bleeding.
Yeah, exactly. Some few
Pulled
people
away
noticed.
An already beaten guy.
Yeah. Don't need to do it. Nobody's going to prison yet. That's good. And
I almost did my vice, but I was like, no, now's not the time.
And let's. Yeah. So what's your heat at right now? I'm not looking at the sheet.
4.
All right. Somebody roll a d6.
You want to do it, Paul?
Sure.
Oh gosh.
No, that's actually good.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Gang trouble or questioning? So your gang members who haven't checked in a while, it turns out that, let's see, what did they do? Because they're loyal, but they're unreliable, right? That was the thing.
Yeah.
Something that's going to lose you one of your reps. So you're going to erase one of your little red reps up there.
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay, I'll
that's
take it off.
Son of a
Yeah.
bitch, Steve.
Gary. It's Gary. It's not
Oh,
Steve.
okay, Gary.
Fucking
Yes.
Gary.
I apologize,
no.
Steve. I didn't mean to. Always Gary.
Yep. No, Gary was trying to talk in the local bars. He was going around and talking to he wasn't you guys are trying to set yourselves up as like kind of professional, and he kind of, I mean, you got a little bit of heat and stuff, but also you're trying to make inroads with the respectable crowds to make sure nobody chases you away, and he kind of made you guys look bad. And so right now everybody's kind of maybe those guys aren't quite as good as we thought they were. He, don't you know who I am? And tried to pull one of those when he got a little bit too drunk, and yeah.
It's lucky he's that loyal, or he'd be out of here.
No kidding, right? Well, and yeah, you can lose the rep, or you can make an example of them.
I think we
Sorry,
should make an example of him.
That's Rusty's vote.
Let's
Gary.
We'll do that back at the workshop, not here.
I think so too. I'm gonna put the rep back on.
Yeah, put the rep back on. What do you do to poor Gary?
That's your rhyme, Rusty.
Well,
What was he doing?
give me
He
your
was-
pinky.
He was blabbing. I
Blabbing?
mean,
Yeah,
that's the,
so he
you
was
know,
he
the
was
obvious
getting,
solution.
he was getting belligerent
Mm.
at the bar, just being kind of, you know,
He's still-
overindulging in his vice, and he started saying, "You know who I am? I'm one of the lock people. That's who I am. I'm you know," and he started like
Oh.
spreading your name, trying to get some sort of clout and get, you know, not get cut off by the bartender. And
Well, Gary, we have a choice to make. You did a lot of talking that really it hurt us out there, and so either I can take your tongue or you can give me a finger.
what? But boss, no,
It's your choice. That's because I'm very nice, and you can even choose the finger. It's
You raise the middle one, and you lose both, your tongue and that finger.
he starts kind of hyperventilating a little bit and trying to, and he pulls out his little knife and he tries to cut it off, and he realizes it's not as easy as they make it look. And
if he gives
Ow.
a valiant effort, I'll come over there and assist. Just I walk over, not even a warning. He's like digging in. I'll just come over, and I'll pat him on the back. Good job, Gary. And I'll
And
take
feed the finger to serve.
Oh, I was gonna put it in the box, but you know what? Yeah, he's Serb hasn't had a snack lately.
No.
So right in front of the guy. Just, here you go, boy.
Won't happen again. I
I'll
promise.
pat him on the back. We know that, Gary. It won't happen again.
Gary.
Or at least it'll only happen 9 more times before we We
actually
finally
do
figure out the tongue is the way to go.
something.
Luckily,
Alrighty.
we're very nice here. We are a family.
That's
So
what
that was the
inspires such loyalty in our employees.
Alrighty, cool. So that's going to be the end of downtime. A little more time, you'll have yourself a buyer, and that I think that'll end up being like next week's big thing.
Do we get any
Um,
XP yet?
I think we save XP till the end of the whole session.
Cool.
Roleplay
Oh yeah,
works
end of
good.
each session.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So we will do that later on. But for right now, I think what we should do is take about a tenner, get coffee, do whatever we're going to do. Carp will be back, and then we can go ahead and plan on the score. I assume we're looking at the dog races at this point, right? That's kind of where we're leaning.
I think so. The book is a longer term. We don't
Mhm.
have a buyer just yet. So
Okay. Cool.
sweet.
See you in 10.
I'm not. Oh. I should be muted. I'm muted on Discord, so. Oh, you're hearing me through Twitch. Oh, you're right. I was like, wait. I was like, wait a minute. Twitch. Yeah, of course, because you're listening to the Twitch stream. Hello. Good day. How are you doing?
So, Mr. Carp,
Hmm.
one of the things that came up was one of our 3 minions, the loyal yet unreliable, screwed up
Uh-oh.
and talked a little bit too much in a bar and was going to lower our cult's reputation by 1. So we decided to make an example of him instead. So Rusty had a chat with him. And Rusty said, you did a lot of talking last night that it really upset us here. And so you can either I will take your tongue or you can give me a finger. Your choice. And so Gary cut off one of his fingers. Actually, he got about halfway through, but his knife wasn't sharp enough, so Rusty has helped him with the rest because we are a family here. So
Good. This is
Yep.
important. Yeah.
That was the
Hey.
entanglement I forgot to roll for. That was.
That's awesome. Good job, Rusty. Keep things in check.
Yep.
I felt a little out of place at the community meeting, but I that I can do.
I haven't said it yet. I was talking earlier, but thank you for my game, Rusty. It was very sweet of you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And my books. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
For all. Yep. I didn't notice him. Carp had to say, you looked in your inbox, right? And it's like, oh shoot, and I didn't look in my inbox.
Actual email. Who checks their actual email anymore? We've evolved 20 years past that being relevant.
I usually do, but I get an email, like 2 or 3 emails a day from Audible because I'm already an Audible member, and it was like I just scrolled right past it, failed my perception check, and
Yeah, it was gonna be camouflaged. I figured you'd mention it otherwise. What game did you get him, Tom?
Hades.
Yeah, good. I'm glad I didn't.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
cool.
It's so fun.
Yeah, I need to get back into it.
I picked up the Doom on also.
Doom
Just 'cause
Eternal, the
Doom
newest
Eternal.
one.
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't played it. How is?
It was real quick and easy to pick up and just be running around and acting like a maniac in no time. I remember I was playing the Doom on the Xbox that came out a few years before that, and it was ho hum. And now playing Doom Eternal, I was blown away. I wanted to give something to give my computer a nice workout and see what it could do. And that was...
I played the not so old Doom and thought it was like Doom Mayhem crazy jump in. So you saying that was ho hum and that this is that, I'm like, oh my god, I don't think I could handle Doom.
I remember playing Doom on the Minecraft graphics back then. Like it was like old school. First color computers had it. It was.
Yep.
My first computer came with Wolfenstein 3D, Wing Commander 2, and Ultima Underworld 2.
Yep. There you go.
Wolfenstein 3D. The demo for Wolfenstein was all I played. To the Beach Boys CD, the one CD I owned.
The combo.
Good choice.
Yeah.
The combo.
No, it's twisted. That one weird like Ferris wheel Calliope song they've got to like killing Nazis. That's ingrained in my brain.
I mean, that's very quintessentially American of you. It's pretty good.
Oh man, what music I listen to playing certain games. For instance, Final Fantasy for me paired up with Aqua and Incubus. How do you do that? Well, I'm playing through those Final Fantasy stories. That's what I've got going on in the background. Yeah.
Wow.
Some
Awesome.
some pairings.
Wow.
Yep.
All right.
Milo's completely screwed up my recommended music on Spotify at
Sorry.
this point. Yeah.
My bad.
And thank you for the physical gifts, Mr. Carp, while we were thinking that you dropped off the other day.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys have some work to do. I assume we're gonna go get those guys out of the racetrack once and for all. And
Absolutely. I think there needs to be a stabbing.
I'm gonna say that your Status with them has got to be a -2 after the
That's
incident.
fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One step -3 is full out war, just killing each other in the street.
That's coming
but
soon.
That's coming soon. Yeah. But you, when it happens, everybody kind of suffers a little bit while the war is going on. So a little less downtime. Each score counts as an extra heat while you're at war with somebody. You lose 1 hold temporarily. So like right now you have a strong hold. It would go down to a weak hold temporarily. And claims that generate coin only produce half, so you'd only be getting half your money from the racetrack.
Oh, that'd be
Oh.
terrible.
You don't want war.
Yeah, it's about to happen though.
Or just finish them off altogether.
Well,
So that's just it. You have a
end it
job to
quick.
do. Your job is to get them to abandon their holdings in the
Night
racetrack, if not night market altogether. So, right now you know that they are probably the guy that you held at knife point seem to make it sound like they aren't just going to walk away, and they're probably going to be back the next day, probably in force, taking bets. So what do you guys want to do about it? And so all you need to decide at this point, I want to remind you about a couple of the mechanics. We're going to dive right into the action. And the only thing you need to decide is what sort of score you're going to do. And it might actually be multiple types of scores. It's possible to kind of split up your efforts, where some people go out and you're doing the more consorty talky thing, and the other people are doing the more muscle thing or supernatural thing. We haven't even gotten that in with. Yeah.
What is? I kind of was focusing on the decipher, so I kind of would like
Same.
to update on what we're doing and what the general purpose of this outing is.
Yes, please tell Joseph Lee and myself what did happen. So I caught the end of it when you almost murdered a dude. But so before that.
Well, we found Master Vreen to be very amenable to new business opportunities. He didn't seem to be any fonder of the Wraiths than we are, and there is plenty of room for different interests to get a stake in the dog track there. So we made it clear to the man who was there. The Wraiths had apparently decided that they weren't done with that piece of the city, and they had a man there taking bets. Made it clear to him that he wasn't welcome, needed to vacate the premises. He didn't take very kindly to that. Left for the day, but we know now that that they'll be back and ready, probably to defend that particular piece of territory. They're going to fight for that dog track, and that's going to be bad for everybody's business. I think that it's going to become a priority very, very quickly to get them off the board altogether in night market.
What's Breen's relationship to them? Does he have any? Is he invested at all in any of the dealings? He just owns the land.
He gets a cut of whoever's there, and as of right now, he likes us more than them.
Okay.
We just need to make sure they leave.
So your planning can be a couple things. Assault, which is very much what you did before when you were coming in to take turf. You went and tracked them down and just started knocking heads in. Deception, some form of deception.
This is a much more public place. I think assault is probably a bad idea.
Stealth, some sort of stealth operation. Occult, social, and transport. So for my whisper over there, a lot of things haven't really jumped out in the occulty stuff right now, but I'll let you know that it's everywhere, as you are more aware of. So there are always like opportunities where there are spirits in places, and it's an opportunity for you to get kind of creative in who you would have been talking to and who your contacts are, and The opportunities are there to bring into the occult into any score at any time. You just got to kind of get creative. And this is very much a game where I say yes is a way to think of this. So if you say, we're going to do this, could we do it this way? Yes. Could we do this? Yes. It's all just a matter of degrees on how successful you are doing it. So any one of these options, even though they don't, it's like assault's not going to work. Okay, well, we don't want to do it that way. Maybe you want to do an assault at a different, what's the point of attack? Not at the racetrack itself. That would be bad, but social, you've just done one of those. And transport, not so much of transport thing. You're not trying to get things from point A to point B, but it's not a smuggling operation or anything. So
you said that this person was part of the race that you encountered.
Mm-hmm.
What if I was able to summon or reach out to a possessor of sorts, and we persuade them to possess this wraith and let him work up his own reputation? Maybe he becomes the problem of the racetracks or for his own crew, and maybe their reputation might suffer.
That's creative. I don't have anything better than that. That's for damn sure. I like that a lot.
I do suggest we have maybe some sort of a backup plan, because not
I've got
all,
one of those.
not all
If you
ghosts.
can, yeah, if your ghosts, if you can figure out where this guy's going, they've got to have books somewhere. I mean, they've got to have some records if they're keeping an operation going, and I'd be pretty good at just fucking those right up if I can get my hands on them. Not necessarily getting rid of them, but if I change some numbers here and there, they're never going to work at the racetrack again.
That would do as a backup plan. Or maybe 2 plans at once.
all right.
I kind of like the idea of hitting both.
Why not take them out while we've got them where we want them?
My big question going into this would be, like, where is their other territory in Night Market? Like, physically, where else are they operating that we would be looking at?
Could I do like a flashback where I've been following, like survey,
Yeah.
trying to find their other territories?
Give
not
me a
the-
survey roll.
Anybody want to help me?
Yes?
Let's see here.
How do we?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would absolutely be, if trying to sort of ask the proper questions. I was thinking about going to Tea Leaf and asking Brogan specifically, just being like, these wraiths are, they don't understand the keeping of the peace and the doing of genteel business,
Okay. What's our position?
Keep it at risky. That's fine.
Okay.
But standard effect, but you get the extra bonus die from Scrawl. So, Ms. Brogan is able to kind of direct you in the right direction, and through your search, if you're successful, you're able to be more specific. So she kind of says Eventide is the neighborhood. And oh yeah. Pretty much they are just about limited at this point to about this area. They used to have a much bigger operation, right? And you've kind of whittled that out and carved them out. And yeah.
And that actually happens to be the same area where the spirit-involved murder took place and our secret scrap of weird code paper was found.
Yep.
Could be a coincidence.
Could be.
Could be.
Most definitely
Might not
is.
be.
But fuck these guys anyway, right? Like,
Oh, in particular. Okay, so Rusty comes back. So here's where I was able to follow. Thanks for narrowing it down. They moved along Chalk Street, and then they entered the buildings here, here, and here. I think
Mhm.
this one is their main building. And so are we gonna do the two plants? Who wants Rusty's style backup? Because he's not in charge of either of these plans, but if it turns ugly, it's good help.
Gideon wants Rusty style backup.
Sure. Gideon can take some Rusty style backup.
I would prefer if Vienna would accompany me on mine in case such ghost was come out hostile to our intentions.
All right.
And Scrawl, what team?
Or do you observe from our fan filled with cameras?
The Oracle whispering between the.
Yes, exactly.
We don't actually need that. We can all whisper to each other, but still.
Yeah.
I almost
Ghosts
feel
are
like
bookie.
I almost feel like I actually don't go to either one. I can still do like assists and flashbacks by proxy because I helped or did something at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
You come with me, you get a chance to poke through their stuff, maybe get some information.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just an extra set of actions in either case, but it really doesn't matter.
Do you want to look at books or spooky ghosts?
Or neither. You could
I
monitor.
kick back. I'm out this round.
All right. Okay, so I mean, the way this kind of works, this is going to work out pretty nicely because they're going to be mostly out of their house because they're in force at the racetrack. So going to their base, it's going to be very minimally staffed. So this will work out pretty well. So it's going to be an assault and or not an assault, an occult and a stealth, right? Is that what we'd call that?
Yeah.
And the entry point is their base, and then the arcane power that you're going to do is trying to compel a ghost to go do something for you. Okay.
And then
So
everybody choose your load.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. What are your loads for this particular engagement?
I say normal, probably.
Now, Rusty, I want to say this to you before we go out together. This is a non-murdering situation, okay? We are trying not to murder people.
Okay, I will only bring 4 knives.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that before you brought all 20 or however.
I won't bring
many.
all the knives. Okay, normal load then.
The one die for sheer luck. Tell me your major advantages going into this operation. What are the things that are really going to help you out?
I mean, in our case, they're out of the house.
Mm-hmm.
We have some idea of what we're looking for. We're looking for the books. We don't, I mean, apart from that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
You have the masks.
We have the masks.
Yes.
That's a major advantage. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, we'll stroll in with the masks.
There you go. They are decorated. So they look almost like a ghost mouth. Okay, I'm just gonna say it. They're the scream masks. The wraiths, and so something very close to that, except in a slightly less plastic and more old worldy style. But that's kind of what they were going for. So I'm gonna give you 2. Yeah, the masks and the there. Any other advantages? Actually, we'll just do it as 2 separate engagement rolls. So I'm gonna say any disadvantages that you can think of.
We don't know the layout of this place.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we don't know how many there will be. We know it won't be in force.
Mm-hmm.
But there could be 1 dude or 10. We don't know. That's why Rusty's coming along.
Well, that's more of a question for me then. Then I will say I'm gonna let you have both dice. So that'll be 3 dice altogether.
Okay,
Somebody,
okay.
somebody roll 3 dice for me, 3d6, and let's see what you do.
Go, Rusty.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a 6.
Oh, look at the ones.
It doesn't matter.
But you're
Just
still
a
Doesn't
6.
matter.
That's-
Doesn't matter. We got that
that's what it
sweet,
is.
sweet 6.
So,
Oh, great picture, Marty. That's awesome.
so what that means is you are in a controlled position when the action starts. So you get there
Hell
and
yeah.
you are in a very good spot. Which means when you go to do something, you know, and we choose that little drop down box instead of risky, you're clicking controlled, at least at the start of the whole thing. What about, let's talk about the occult. What advantages do we have?
Well, I would say since we're going to do this at the racetrack
Mm-hmm.
and have them possessed, I would say that there are a lot of people being distracted. So we could, you know, maybe summon this ghost and without people really knowing or observing us doing so. And so yes, there could be a disadvantage. There's a lot of people, more eyes, but the advantage is they should be distracted with the races going on.
Okay. I'm gonna say, yeah, the big disadvantage is that's where all of them are. Most of the wraiths are at the track, keeping an eye on things and watching out specifically for you guys. So that's going to be a disadvantage right there. But also the crowd works in your favor to allow you to kind of hide in the crowd a little bit. So I'll say those two will kind of be a wash as far as the dice rolling goes. So I think we're just going to roll 1 unless, so one of the other things, like the questions that it asks here is, can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight? That might be another reason why you might have an advantage or anything like that.
I mean,
so I don't know what your
What's
contact.
what's the blue coat situation at the dog track?
Usually at least one representative there, just generally keeping the peace.
Okay.
They might actually, I would even say maybe they have a couple more just because of the recent murder, and somebody reported some violence recently, so the heat went up a little bit after the last operation. So
I mean, I would also contact my friend, Nyrix, the possessor ghost himself.
Oh.
If there's any of known allies or someone that's willing to up for a mission such as this that would like to wreak a little chaos.
Okay.
So, you might have a contact.
I will tell you that the what do we know about Varix? Real quick. Possessor ghost. Who was Varix once upon a time?
Oh,
Your
Nyrix?
contact. It's your
Oh.
yeah, Nyrix. Yeah, it's your contact. So who are we dealing with?
I don't have that on
It's
the...
your story.
No, you
Oh, I
make
just make it
tell
up. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nyrix.
That's a reminder to the rest of us to write something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to roleplay Nyrix, and I want to.
Nyrix
add flavor when I
is very, very old. He has seen the falls of many cities, many organizations. He's familiar with lots of different pleasures of man and other things.
Mm.
So he likes to, when he possesses, he likes to find somebody that's really in the mood to please themselves in any ways possible. He doesn't limit from murder to the brothel or the drugs. Nothing displeases who he possesses.
All right.
Wow, he fit in great around here. Ultimate hedonist.
You want to know? Tell me. Can I come with you?
I mean, it could be enjoyable. I mean, they are gambling, but we're looking for
Yeah.
something a little more treacherous.
Oh, well, that's a pretty unsavory place. Huh. I would probably look underneath the grandstands. That's where they've always hid the bodies in the past, and if any of them didn't get swooped up by the spirit wardens, that's where their spirits might be, holding on to their betting slips with their last little ghostly hands. Um, that'd be my guess. You might find some interesting characters willing to help you out a bit.
If I were to drop your name, would any of them have any conflicts with you in the past?
I don't think so. I'm friends with everybody, unless I killed them.
Well,
No promises.
I will take my chances and hope this one wasn't one of your victims.
Good luck. Maybe just start with your own winning charm before you start dropping my name. You never know.
I will do my best. Thank you, sir.
All right. Yeah.
And
Um,
can items give advantages?
What are you thinking?
I would try to since he gave me a location, a place where I would try to find somebody, I would make my way there and then probably put my fine spirit mask on. It's an arcane item that's trained to see supernatural energies in great detail, and also gives me a little protection against supernatural energies. I wonder
Not when we're getting started like this.
Okay.
But when you get into the action and you're actually trying to do stuff, then yeah, that's when you would use that item.
Okay.
When we get into the action proper.
Okay.
I'm gonna say just roll 1d6. Let's see what happens. Let's get this thing going.
1d6.
One.
Oh boy.
And am I able to assist, or you said no, right?
That's not what this is. So
Okay.
there you go. So that is a mixed result. You're in a risky position when the action starts. So, all right. So let's start with under the bleachers. Let's go there first.
Okay.
So you're there under the bleachers, and you're doing that. You're pulling out your spirit mask. And what does it say your spirit mask does? I don't even know.
It makes me it's trained to see supernatural energies, so I would know like the general area that I would have the best chances of finding a spirit.
Yeah, like he said, there have been a few bodies over, like the past century or so. This racetrack's been here a while. And so there are a couple spirits. Most of them seem pretty weak and without much direction at this point, and just kind of lost, miserable souls just kind of floating around. But there's some who are looking for payback. And so I think what you can do is, what kind of a role do you think that would be? I think we all know what kind of role that would be. But
I mean,
to find just the right person.
I mean, communicate with ghosts would be a tune.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I would attune. So I would, if I do it this way, I wouldn't even have to use my special ability. Interesting.
Well, special ability is to compel them to do it, right? To make them do something.
Yeah,
if you want to
command them.
Yeah, as opposed to.
Yeah.
Well, you're trying to find, from what it sounds like, you're trying to find the right spirit that would be a good fit for this
is
kind
better.
of deal.
I like this
so
better.
Trying to find the right kind of spirit.
Risky, standard.
Risky, and I'll keep it a standard result. Standard effect.
No bonus die for anything.
Unless you guys can give me a reason.
The spirit mask and Nyx giving me like the location.
So let me.
Who's Nyx?
Nyrix. So either the fine mask. I can't present this in chat, can I?
I'm pulling it up. I got all the little character sheets here, so
there. I can just copy it.
I'm gonna call on Burno to help me.
Here, I'll just copy it.
No, for smash and grab, you need Gherkin.
And it counts as one of your load. All right.
Gherkin would love this place.
This is his jam.
Oh, Gherkin and Animander would roll through this place.
That's the pullback at the end of the game, is that it's you were in Ravenloft the whole time. It's just a post-industrial Ravenloft.
This is Lanamander.
Sorry, guys, things got out of hand.
So I will say that will change your effect. You're going to have an easier time finding them with that spirit mask, so that will
Okay.
give you a greater, or whatever it's called, the next step up, the gooder
Okay.
effect.
And then I would push myself. I want to make sure
Okay.
this goes well.
So take a couple. It's 2 stress, right?
Yeah.
For the pushing yourself.
2 stress, and I get a bonus die.
And you get a bonus die.
All right.
So
Let's do it.
So
Okay.
you got yourself a 6.
Nice.
Where's my money?
I may know who has your money, and
They ripped me off and then slit my throat. Where's my money?
you see here, and I'll point over to the race. See that man particular?
You mean the ones that are walking over there behind you guys?
I'm
And you
not
look
gonna
behind
look.
you. Oh yeah.
I'm not gonna look at that point.
Are you with them, Bina, or were you staying above, or you down there with them?
So it's hard because if I'm with him, I have a spirit bane charm that's on me apparently, and that makes spirits
You have to
not...
activate that. You have to activate that, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then also, Cerberus doesn't like ghosts, so so I feel like I wouldn't have been right next to him, but I would have been like pretending like I'm betting, but keeping an eye on Joseph Lee Black because I didn't want to be right next to him because I felt like the ghost probably wouldn't come. But also, if the ghost gets or if like, because he's possessing the person, right? Or he's trying to at least.
He's trying to convince the ghost to go
ghost.
possess somebody else. Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't want to not bring Serb because if the ghost does possess the guy and ends up taking off Serb, and I can hunt it at that point. So I'd be watching.
Bear in mind too, like this, that you're fresh in at least the one guy's memory from yesterday.
Exactly. Yeah, I
versus
didn't want to be.
Black is probably less recognizable as one of us to begin with.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would have been from a distance, like being sneaky off in the distance, but
Okay.
not.
You do see, standing back in the distance, you do see it looks like a couple of the wraiths kind of walk down this direction.
Okay.
They notice Black, but they look like they're still looking around.
Okay.
And they're kind of they're kind of walking. Every once in a while, I mean, you guys took a little bit of time scouring around down here underneath the bleachers, and every once in a while you find someone down here. So it's not completely abandoned, but it's not nearly as crowded as everywhere else. But you'll see somebody down there doing some sort of illicit substances or things like that, or in the company of having happy social time down there too. So this is where the shady things happen, the things that they don't want everybody to see. So it's not completely abandoned down here, and certainly not abandoned by the spirits either. So they're still looking. They pass by, they kind of look in Black's direction and then appear to just keep on looking. And I'm not sure if they see you or not. Are you trying to stay hidden, or you notice them coming?
Yeah, I would try to be pretty hidden.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do I have to?
You probably want to do something about that. Yep. Some sort of a skill. Stay out of sight. What?
Prowl? No. Would it be prowl?
You can use prowl.
Yeah, I have 1 bar in prowl.
Okay.
Can I make an assist here? Because yesterday when we were at the dog track, I mean, we hung around a little bit to collect those bets. I made a point of that we should go meet the kennel master at the very least. As a fellow dog person, might be nice to know where you can get, a
Yeah.
fresh bowl of dog food and water.
There's a
That's great
flashback.
assist.
That's a flashback, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you went to go meet the kennel master to do what? What were you trying to do? What are you hoping to accomplish to help Vina out?
Make friends essentially, so that in this moment she could think that's a place to go to be away from the prying eyes, and also potentially have more barking, intimidating dogs around.
Okay, so a safe refuge is what you're looking for.
If that's something that you would turn in towards at this point, it seems like that's the moment to duck into
I totally
back
would.
room.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have you make a roll for that of some sort, but
Okay.
I'm not gonna give you any stress because that's not too outlandish of an idea there.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
Yeah, you didn't put an amble over their head to time to go off it right this second.
I mean,
That'd
it was
be a
gonna.
more stressful thing.
Yeah, it was gonna be that. What's gonna happen next? So what should I roll?
Carp should roll.
Okay.
Carp should roll first.
Ooh.
So roll to.
Oh, you're doing it as an assist thing. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll just make that work. That's fine. So yeah, you can have the bonus die for that, and no stress on Scrawl on that one.
Okay.
We'll get him on that. We'll get him on the next one.
So am I rolling?
You go ahead and roll the prowl that you
The
were going to
prowl?
roll.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Not
Not
risky. Definitely risky, but standard effect, and give
And
yourself
with
a
a
bonus
bonus
die.
die.
Yep.
One bonus die. Eesh.
Ooh.
Eesh. This is my first time rolling all night.
There you go. And they look right at you, and you were trying to
The
kind of
dog.
slip off in the shadows, and
Frickin' dog.
that's a nice dog you got there. And they start walking over to you.
Ooh, that's
This
not
isn't
good.
this isn't a safe place for you to be down here, is it?
I was just heading over to the dog trainer over there.
Ah,
Cerberus.
you can-
Cerberus over here is pretty hungry.
Well, maybe the dog doesn't need to eat anymore. Maybe that could be the price of doing business around here. One of our people got a knife stuck in him. Only fair to think turnabout's fair play here.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Do I see them address her? Do I see?
Yeah, so the ghost pointed them out, and
Okay.
she was kind of, far. The grandstands are big, so it's probably a couple 100 feet away. But you see that going on over there, and they're approaching her.
Yeah, that was a good spot, and those are the gentlemen I wish you to invade. And if you go through the rest of them, they will have all of the money that was stolen from you. But you make sure you don't leave one of them left.
They have my money.
Yes, they collectively have your money.
Give me a roll.
This is another attune because I'm just talking, or this is at this point did I just command or him to, or at this point?
At this point, so the attunement, the way attune is the ability to channel electroplasmic energy, perceive and communicate with ghosts, and understand spectrology. So that's all covered under attune. So you're able to communicate, but would you consider this an attune situation, or would it be something else? Because at this point, you're just having a conversation. You're already
Your
attuned.
special
Yeah,
ability.
I'm already attuned. At this point, I would command him if anything. So, because if
Okay.
I need this to happen, I'm gonna use this.
Okay. So you are going to command him to go possess those two guys over there.
Yeah, and
Okay.
start to wreak some havoc.
Okay. Go ahead and make your command roll.
I don't get any benefits from this. Jeez.
Well, yeah, you're not terrified, and you can do it at all. Like, I can't do that.
So this is, yeah, the fact that you can compel it all is what you get to do.
Okay.
Nobody else can do that. Some other people can try and talk to spirits or be attuned to spirits, but to be able to do this part, this is what makes your class special.
What's a devil's
get to-
bargain?
A devil's bargain is where I give you a bonus die if you, or I give you some sort of a bonus with some sort of negative consequence attached to it.
Do I
so-
know the consequence before I get to accept the
Yep.
bargain?
Yep. Well, and this is more my thing where I offer it up to you. But let's see,
Oh.
what would be an appropriate devil's bargain in this situation? We
I'm not
could
gonna say anything.
No, this is all about Joseph.
Yep. That I'll give you the bonus die with the understanding that if you still fail, this particular spirit might be nearsighted and might pick the wrong target. But you can have a bonus die if you want.
I should have put that charm on.
You don't have to. It's all up to you.
It's up to you, Paul. You do what you want.
It's
That's a
It's the
trap
person
right
within
there.
arm's
That's a
reach.
real life trap.
well, challenge accepted. Devil's bargain.
Yeah.
It was nice knowing you guys. Take care of Cerberus.
Here we go. Oh!
Damn.
problem.
I saw the one first and I was like, and I'm done.
All right.
See, everything's fine.
So here's exactly how this plays out right now. So Vina, they're coming at you and they're about 20 feet away, and you see them actually pull out like some clubs, and they're about ready to just start going at the dog, and you're about ready to set 6 Cerberus on them, and all of a sudden the one of them just kind of shakes and looks, and then turns to the guy right next to him and just starts wailing on him and pulls him down, gets a giant headlock, pulls him down to the ground, and just starts wailing on him on the ground, and just leaving almost immediately a giant pool of blood right where his head used to be. And then he starts ransacking through the pockets.
Amazing.
And
Couldn't have
I
planned it better.
obviously know what's happening because that was our game plan, right?
Possessing somebody, yeah, that was
Well, you see me pull
disgusting.
the mask off, and I kind of give you the nod as we need to leave now.
And he starts looking through its own pockets and digging around and pulling out every coin that it has and putting them like some sort of a satchel. Where's my money?
On the way out, we might tip off a blue coat of some wraiths causing problems. And then head out.
Did you call me a wraith? I'm not a wraith. I'm a ghost.
Damn it.
But that's
You're completely off. What's great is this looks like an internal Wraith argument.
Right?
Yeah. Nothing to do with us.
All right. So you start heading with the spirit and the possessed buddy. You just start walking out with them out from under the bleachers to go point him in the direction, or what are we doing?
I pretty much point out and just let him go. I do not accompany him or walk him anywhere other than there they are.
And they all do kind of have like a similar look to them. They don't have their masks on, of course, but they're and then he just charges into the crowd and just starts wailing on everyone he can and just grabbing it. And they start trying to pull him off of him, and it is a huge kerfuffle right here in the middle of the racetrack.
That's a 6 on the devil's bargain. There's your crit. That's how you crit.
With my life.
Cut 2. Okay. You guys had a great engagement roll to get things started. So you guys show up there, and tell me where are you going in? What are you doing? You're pulling this. How are you getting into their headquarters? We didn't really talk about that
Oh,
too
we've
much.
got masks.
So
Yeah.
you're going to be pulling the covert. Were one of you guys?
Yeah, we'll waltz right in.
And that's just
Not a
it. You
problem.
guys, you have no problem with that. With that 6 that you rolled on your engagement roll, you guys walk in there and you notice that there are probably about 6 guys there. And they just walk right in. All right. Hey, Clyde, come on. How are things going over at the track?
Oh, you know, the usual.
Yep.
Business is business.
Very quiet today.
I know what you mean. All right. Do they need anybody else?
No, I don't think so. It did seem pretty quiet actually.
Okay, then we'll stay here.
What he would say, he's not that smart about this.
You're new to this part, Gideon.
Yes.
Yeah, this is not Gideon Steele.
Yes, you stay here.
Yes, enemies, remain with us.
All right. So,
That's why
what do you want to do?
Rusty.
You are in the Slytherin common room at this point. What do you want to do?
What's the layout like? What can I see from this room?
This place is pretty darn run down. Very worn. It feels kind of like a parlor when you first walk in here, but a lot of garbage. It looks like my buddies who all rented a house when they were 18 years old and destroyed it as fast as they could. Garbage everywhere, holes in the furniture, the smell of tobacco and other products and alcohol everywhere. Yeah, that's kind of what this place looks like. There is a kitchen which has a few kind of attached in the same room. Yeah, there you go. And dishes and rotten food on the counters, and you can see a closed door that kind of leads off, one kind of behind the kitchen and one kind of leading straight out of the parlor.
Any stairs?
Not in this room. So if you guys want to explore around a little bit.
Yeah, let's go in the kitchen. We just got back from somewhere. We could use a snack. Couldn't we, Rusty?
That's a very good idea. I am very hungry.
You're
Keep talking. I'm
very
gonna
hungry.
go shoo my kids to bed. You guys keep talking.
Remember, one of you is named Clyde.
We just start calling each
I think
other
I responded
Clyde.
to Clyde.
We don't keep it straight. Call each other Clyde.
Nope, no. These two are maybe not the most competent people to go on an outing together.
I have faith.
Rusty's just here for when it turns to shit.
What?
Don't say when. Don't say when.
This is why Skrull is literally like sitting back in the basement. His stress meter is just clocking up.
Wearing Cerebro.
Like,
Best Rex.
This is what I do. I just stand around. Fuck. Extra dice.
It'll go fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, we need to stroll through the place like we own it.
Okay. So which door do you go to first? Kitchen door or parlor door?
Kitchen
Meaning
door.
the door.
Match
Okay.
that kitchen.
It's looks like a pantry and also an area that leads down into a basement.
Basement.
Let's check the basement.
All right. You go down in there and you see looks like some sacks of food, like some rice. Actually, it'd be more like mushrooms, sacks of mushrooms, dried, but they're of questionable quality. It looks like there's a lot of mildew and mold, even on the sacks themselves. And probably about an inch of water everywhere you walk down there. And the smell got worse as you went down, worse than the room upstairs. So it doesn't look to be any in any regular use down here.
Rusty shakes his head.
Gross. This is gross. Let's go back upstairs.
What are you guys
Gross
doing
even
down
for
there,
me.
Clyde?
I thought there might be something better to eat. There's not. I don't know what I expected.
Oh man, I don't
Shit.
know.
Not
Good luck.
using the old noggin today. Yeah, you too.
They look like they're playing some sort of dice game or something like Liar's Dice or something like that. Just sitting around the table.
Great. They're occupied with that. Keep
Yep.
them there.
The other door leads to a hallway that has several doors leading off and also a stairway at the end of the hallway. So this is about a 3-story building.
Rusty will kind of stand in the hallway, keeping watch. Open doors, match.
Okay, we'll go check all the doors. Go check one. Go check the
The
next.
first
Keep
one,
looking
right?
for like an office.
The first one on your left is the office.
Brilliant.
there.
Amazing. So good. Right there. Okay.
Yep.
Rusty.
I would have
just-
immediately charged up to the 3rd floor. So smooth, guys. This is why I didn't go.
Yep.
I'm not gonna do anything but be an extra cook in a kitchen. Don't need one.
Yeah,
right.
look, and to call it an office is being generous, of course. This is the one that actually has a table with papers on it.
That's what makes an office. That's it.
That's what makes an office. Looks like there's some ledgers. These guys, it doesn't take you too long looking at them to realize these guys weren't that good with the books to begin with. But yeah.
Fantastic.
What were you wanting to do with the books?
I have this delightful thing called saboteur.
Ooh.
When I wreck, the work is much quieter than it should be, and the damage is hidden from casual inspection. So what I would like to do is just ruin these guys' business from the ground up. I want to take a knife and take out some pages. I want to, scratch off a few numbers here and there. I just want to make this so that they can't come back from this at all. This is the end of it for them.
Damn. Yeah.
Yep.
Wreck.
Amazing.
So to completely ruin their business, I might call that a limited effect. Like, I'm not sure if you're going to completely take them out of commission with this, but
Sure.
also depends on your dice roll. Risky because you're going through somebody's office right now, and I doubt it's Clyde's. But
we started at not risky.
Well, that was to get you in the door.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if
without
this is
suspicion.
I don't know if this would be like a flashback conversation or how this might work, but could it be after Joseph and Vina took off for the dog track, Skrull just stops Rusty and Match real quick and says, "Guys, burn it to the ground." And maybe just plants a seed. I don't know how that would work mechanically.
I mean, really? Did you really say that to a guy whose nickname is Match? Because that's going to happen, don't you?
The two of you are off on your own right now.
I'm gonna because you described yourself as pulling your hair out, sitting back at the headquarters, thinking of everything. I'm gonna give you a stress for that, but he said it. So take a stress, Skrull.
I'll take the stress.
But he said it. Now you don't know if they're gonna do it or not. So you don't.
What's going on in there, Match? I'm watching the door.
Hey, Rusty, how fast do you think we can get out of here without attracting attention?
Pretty quick. If we're not worried about attention, real quick.
We're a little worried about attention, but just
Are we?
a little bit. Yeah, just a little.
Do it right.
Yeah, I already forged a book once today, I don't really want to do it again. I'm just gonna burn it.
If you do the same thing twice in one day, it gets pretty boring.
It does. It does.
So
There's
that
truth
you're
in that.
changing the focus of your wreck.
I am changing the focus of my wreck. I'm just gonna burn it down.
Okay, so how are you going to what are we sabotaging so that people aren't going to realize that the blind trust didn't come in here and burn this place to the ground?
I mean, I'll set is there a drawer in this desk?
There is.
Great. I'll set the books on fire and shut them in the drawer.
Okay.
But I will, I'll leave the drawers, I'll get them burnt enough that they're ruined, and then I'll throw them in the desk.
Okay.
I don't want them to go out when they're in there. And let's see, I have a bunch of stuff for this. I have demolition tools that I probably brought because Scrawl planted that seed of burn it down.
Okay.
Rusty is watching the hallway, glancing back at Match, and he pulls a vial out of his pocket, and he is ready to drink at the first sign of trouble.
I hate it when you do this. Rusty, that kind of stuff just makes me nervous. You just hold on. I just have to concentrate for a minute, okay? I don't want this to get too out of hand.
I didn't say anything.
Worse.
I imagine this in my head as you guys set this up on fire. You go someone yells fire, the two people here come running in, you clonk them over the head and you leave. That's what I imagine is happening.
That's what is about to happen. Yes, you've called it. Bet on it now.
All right. So it gets going. Fire is happening.
I'll get him about 3/4, like the inside pages I want to get burnt about 3/4 of the way through, and then I'll just throw them in a drawer, close the drawer.
Okay. Yeah. Not all the way, because you want to make sure you still get a little oxygen flow going in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Cool. Give me a rec roll. What are we doing? Let's do it.
Okay. What's my position? How is this going?
It's still risky, but I'm going to give you a standard effect instead of that limited effect that I was going to give you before for doctoring their books. So.
Fantastic.
Is there an extra die on this for my stress?
Oh yes, yeah. You get the extra die for the stress, because that was.
Fantastic.
That's how he's helping you.
All 5.
They're 5. That's 4 or 5. That's all you need. So yeah, it's going really good. And tell me how you walk out of there. What does that look like as you walk out?
Probably a little panicky at that point. Gideon has just set a fire.
Rusty would actually, if see Match kind of like panic walking out, and actually, if no one is in the hallway yet, grab Match's shoulder and slow him down.
Okay.
Just walk out.
The door opens as you're like closing the door to the office behind you. The door opens from the, hey, what were you guys doing in the boss's office?
Yeah, I thought he might have a better snack. There's really nothing to eat in here. Sometimes he stores like, less moldy pieces of bread in there. I was really hoping for a roll or something, but I guess I'm just gonna have to go out and get one.
I want to roll on this one to see how he reacts to that story.
This is not the thing that I'm good at. Consort?
Sway.
That's connections.
Here's the bad news. I don't have any in Sway.
Okay. Then that's going to be roll 2 dice. So roll your Sway, and it's going to be you take the lower. It's like having disadvantage. So it'll roll 2 dice and do it for you. No problem. No problem. What are you worried about?
Rusty's got the knife out. Don't ask us questions.
Don't worry. Hey, we already ate all the bread. Well, we didn't eat all of it. We do have a little bit of eel still left.
Is it
You
that
guys-
moldy end piece though? Because I saw that earlier and it looked gross. I'm not
No.
eating that.
Hey, we got some
I'll
eel on.
take it.
We got some eel on the table. You guys want to sit and play games with us for a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and go there, but don't start until we get there.
Okay.
We'll be there in a second. I gotta talk to Clyde about something.
All right.
You know how it is.
We'll see you over there.
We'll see yous.
Okay, he goes back and sits over there. I mean, it's not too far. It's a small little building, so but he turns around and goes back and sits on the couch. The doorway is still open to the hallway. Do you close the door or do you?
Yes.
Just
Close the door.
close that door. Okay, so you guys are standing in the hallway. You are starting to smell the smoke
Mm-hmm.
starting to come out from under the doorway a little bit.
Rusty.
There might be another way out of the building. You haven't seen any other ways out of the building, or maybe you have. I don't know. Are there any other ways out of the building?
Hold on here. Hold on here. No, never mind. Sorry.
God damn it, Rusty.
I got excited for a second. I've got a lot of special items. Seriously, we just walk up. We're
Out the
wearing
front.
masks.
They're gonna see us walk out the front.
We're wearing
You
masks.
just told them we would sit down and play games with them.
Wearing masks.
That's
They're gonna come after Clyde. You're not Clyde.
Rusty, I know all Rusty, I know all of that, buddy. I do. I understand that I'm Clyde. You're Clyde's friend.
You are starting to notice visible smoke coming out from underneath the door.
Listen, we're gonna go out there and we're gonna tell them we decided to go get sandwiches because I'm hungry, okay? That's all we're gonna say, and that's
All right.
it. And then we walk out.
That's even more than I suggested, but for some reason you want to make it more complicated.
You just promised them we'd never mind. We're not gonna do this again. Let's go.
I was lying to them.
Rusty, you can't. We're gonna have a chat about logic a little bit later, but that's gonna be later, my friend. There's gonna be some Socratic teaching between the two of us, my man, but we gotta go right now. Come on. Okay, so
Walk.
gonna grab Rusty and we're gonna go back out through the parlor and I say, hey, thanks for the invite, but we're gonna go get some bread because that's just what I'm craving right now. We'll
Be
see you
back
guys
in a
later.
minute.
Bye.
Hey, let me give you some money. You can pick me up something too. Just
Just tell me what you want. You can give me back later.
It's on Clyde. This
I
is
need-
Clyde.
Shut up.
A mushroom sandwich, please.
Yeah, you got it. I'll see you later. And out we go.
I want to.
Take off the mask immediately. Immediately.
We close the front door. I know it is not meant for this, but I want to use. How can I? I'm trying to click on an item. Trying to click on an item in my character sheet and have it show up for you guys, but it doesn't seem to do that.
That'd be cool.
I want to take
Oh.
those and wrap it around the handle of the door, the front door.
Oh.
Yes.
Give me a roll. What roll do you think that would be?
Nothing I've got.
Can I,
finesse.
I got the intent of this. I could tinker with that and get it to stick.
There you
baby.
go.
There you go.
Hey, Match, I have an idea.
Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Okay.
Okay. So, Match, you can do the tinker roll. Rusty,
And
did
I
you
will
want to
aid.
help?
Oh,
Aid? Okay.
absolutely.
So you get the stressy stress for that.
Cool.
but-
Risky standard, 1 bonus die.
Those
Yeah.
don't even cost me an item use.
Yeah.
Those are free.
You have so many manacles.
6.
There you
Oh
go.
no, we've murdered this house of people who invited us for
Yeah,
lunch.
Not a full house. They
No.
murdered each other at the racetracks.
All right. Cool. And you got a 6, so no complications. So,
All
this
right, well,
happens. Yes, go ahead.
I was gonna say one more flashback. You tell me what it's gonna cost me to scrawl, like pulling out like a little bag of coin and handing it to a private fire brigade sergeant, essentially saying,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
Eventide might be worth worth a patrol this evening.
Oh, you want him to get over there quickly, or not get over there quickly?
I want him to make sure that the fire doesn't spread to
Okay.
other respectable denizens of the neighborhood.
Sure.
Let the one burn. Save the neighbors.
Pretty rundown anyway. Might as well let it go.
What are they called? That's actually a group. That's actually a crew.
I believe it. I
yeah.
absolutely believe
Yeah.
it. Like, yeah.
Who are they? What are they called?
They put so much work into the setting and the city.
And it's all just surface. They don't get deep into it, but they give you a little bit of everything, which is.
I saw that like the gondola runners
Yeah.
is another one. I'm like, that's slick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very cool.
Spark Rise, Blue Coast, the Brigade. It's called the Brigade. Yeah. The firefighters of the city, beloved for their fire-saving heroism or reviled for their looting and extortion rackets. Also known as Sallies from salamanders, their ancient name. So yes, you reach out to the brigade and you say, slip a little coin. I'm going to say it's not going to cost you stress, but it will cost you a coin to do it. To get them to not just run in there and put the fire out as fast as they could. You good on that?
Yep.
Okay. Cool.
Nobody's looking. Mask off. Put it in your pack.
All right.
Walk away like nothing's going on.
Speaking of important institutions of the city, the Blue Coats come out in force at the racetrack. So, they come running up and it is getting bloody. And one of the best parts that happens in this is you see the guy who starts clubbing, the rest of his gang just jumps on him and holds him down and tries to get him to stop. And then all of a sudden, one of the ones who is holding him down is all of a sudden that's the one who's possessed. And he starts flailing and thrashing until each one, like 3 or 4 different people get possessed, and he just keeps hopping around from one to the next. And just whenever he's in a body, he's screaming, "Where's my money? Where's my money?" Whichever body he's in, he's screaming it at the top of his lungs and wailing and thrashing on all of them. And the Blue Coats come in and throw them all in manacles. And there were quite a few at the track to begin with, but a little wagon shows up and a whole bunch of others hop out and run in and drag them away from the track. And they're gone.
God damn, it's good.
Including the possessed ghost, who goes still screaming, "Where's my money?" as he's put in the paddy wagon.
Oh man.
Well done.
Amazing. Just amazing.
You guys, if whoever wants to go into the
together.
Vreen reaches out in the next couple. Master Vreen reaches out and says, "There seems to be an opening in my track. The wraiths haven't come back yet."
That's weird.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that we were able to make this arrangement work without violence.
Well, I'm glad you didn't. They got violent themselves. They did it to themselves. You didn't even have to do anything. That's impressive.
Exactly.
There's a reason why I was so willing to have a more dignified group come in here. In fact, I'm willing. These guys. I'm going to go into the sheet and update a little bit of your stuff here. If you look at the faction mode for the Blind Trust, the Wraiths are definitely down to tier 1 at this point. with a very weak little hold, whatever parts of them have survived are probably going to be in prison for a little while. So, but your status with them didn't change because they didn't learn anything. That 6, there was going to be a complication on the wreck and the tinker if you the complication would have been that they found the manacles that locked them in there and they knew it was somebody doing this and not a freak accident, but they didn't find the manacles, and so it shows up in the local news that this was a freak accident, and fortunately the brigade got there in time to keep it from spreading to other buildings, and 6 dead were found inside, and
And there's a guy named Clyde who is to blame.
nobody heard Clyde's name, so that's, no witnesses.
No witnesses.
That's what you wanted, right?
Rusty, do you remember the sentence I said to you before we left the house? I said no murder, is what I said.
Well, that's the fire did it.
No murder.
Technically,
No, it was an accident.
Act of God. It says it in the paper.
arsonery. I mean,
You've set the fire.
No, the fire marshal looked at the
Let's
place.
keep a straight face. There's such a feeling of satisfaction, like, oh my God, that worked so well.
Yeah.
No, the fire marshal looked at it and went, the place was run down, and looking at all the debris and everything, that it was a fire trap waiting to happen. It was in such a bad state, and it'll be.
That's what gave me the idea was your description of all the trash and everything in
Yeah.
tinderbox. There you go.
Somewhere in a little notebook, Gideon adds another tick mark.
Damn.
Hey,
And
we didn't kill anybody today, technically with our own hands.
no, you guys. That's just it. You guys avoided heat doing this, which is the best part. That you guys managed to avoid the heat that came along with it.
That was slick as hell. Both groups.
Black had the stroke of genius.
Yep.
That's great. Just
Glad he
go
rolled a
try
six.
it. Fucking great. That's gonna be signature tactic from now on. Like, let it
Yeah.
solve itself.
well, I mean,
Maybe we should switch the people around though. I almost
Why?
gave it up. There.
I know they were coming for your dog.
I know.
Yeah, would have been spotted.
Well, I was also worried that if Cerberus would go after it once they got possessed because it's a ghost, but I wasn't gonna say anything either.
All right. So let's see. Payoff. We're gonna go ahead and switch in. This was a big deal. I'm gonna give you guys 8 coin. So I don't know how you want to split that up. This was a big score.
Said how many then?
8.
8 coin.
So if you guys want to keep some, divide it with you and put the rest in the group's coffers, or just put it all in.
Like we each get, let's maybe each one, and then the rest in the cult.
Yeah.
Could
Actually,
I
you
get
guys
one
don't
to
have.
reimburse me for the fire brigade bribe?
sure.
He's not talking
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
sure.
would put me at 2 on my character sheet.
Oh yeah.
I will let you know that your coin is already, looking at your character sheet, you can only keep 4 coin at a time for your crew
Mhm.
because you don't have a vault to keep it in. So there's no, despite all the locks, there aren't enough boxes in this place. So
Well,
you might
2
need to
go to
divide
Scrawl,
Mm-hmm.
1 to each the rest of us.
2 more to the bank.
We only have room for one.
And you
So
guys
we
can start.
Gotta spend it or expand. Or both. Spend
Yeah.
it on expanding.
Yeah.
Getting yourself a vault is going to be, and so that's another crew upgrade, I'm pretty sure.
Is there a particular time where we can do the crew upgrades? Does it cost us a downtime activity or anything like that, or is it separate?
I'm checking real quick because I know you
So-
get XP and that does special abilities, but let me. Crew upgrade. That's on 5 different pages, 50 pages apart from each other. That's great. 95 and 99.
It's a sexy little book, though. Nice
Oh, yeah.
cover, good
Well,
art design.
At least the index gives you page numbers.
Yes.
And in the 5e books, there are no page numbers. In the adventure ones, at least.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we have excess, maybe we could spend it to find the appropriate buyer. So next big adventure or score we do would be to offload this forgery.
Not a bad idea. That's going to
Yeah.
bring in coin in and of itself. You got to spend money to make money, especially traveling in those circles.
And it's not
The
the
other-
kind of thing you want to hang on to for too long anyway.
Okay, so are you guys doing something with that coin in the meantime? And then we'll figure out how to expand your stuff in the future. What did you guys say?
Well, did we want to throw it right into the book, or was there something else in the like clubhouse upgrade or whatever the
Yeah,
mechanic is?
give me a second. I'm trying to.
You don't have to spend time looking at it right now. We can just deal with it later.
Okay.
I mean, one of us can hold the excess gold for now until.
Oh, advancement page 48. There it is. It refers.
Because I still have 2 on my character sheet. I still have 2 open slots.
Yeah, I only have. Yeah,
Well, and you
I
guys
will
can
have
start
two.
putting it into your stash. So your stash is like your life savings. So
Oh.
you can start moving coins from just your regular coin purse into your stash, which
So we can't access it anymore, but we've
you
got
can pull it.
something.
Yeah, you save it up. So that's kind of how you win the game. It's kind of like the game of life, where depending on how much stash you have when you end up having to retire, determines your quality of life when you retire.
Yeah, if you play long enough, we will all have multiple characters because like Rusty goes to jail for 6 months.
Right. Which is great. I love that.
Okay, crew
Not that Rusty
advancement.
has to go to jail for 6 months, but
No, but let's be realistic. It'll happen.
Inevitably.
there's things to do in jail, though.
Oh
not
yeah.
a waste of time.
Yeah. Well, especially for you. You've got
So I was just gonna say, if someone's gonna go to jail, you're like, I'm Rusty Lambo. It's fine. It's fine. No, this will be good. This will be good for us. Trust me. Yeah, it's me. I'm Rusty. Yeah, shanked 12 guys. Totally did it. It's good.
Okay, when you fill your advancement tracker. So, when you fill your crew advancement tracker, clear the marks and take 1 new special ability or mark 2 crew upgrade boxes. So you choose one or the other.
Crew advancement tracker.
So that's down
There it is.
underneath all the yeah.
Mhm.
So you can take a special ability or 2 new upgrades.
Okay.
So let's do that
But,
part.
but we have.
But what?
Wait, so we can do that when we get the crew advancement, but so if we take the upgrades, do we also spend the coin for the upgrades and?
No, you don't have to spend coin for it. It's the advancement that gives you the upgrade.
Okay, so
But you can get a vault, which would let you start filling things in.
okay, so a vault would be an upgrade that we would have to spend that on.
Yes.
So coin doesn't necessarily buy us extra upgrades.
Not that I know of yet, but I will go back and research a little bit more.
Well,
But-
for now, either Match or Joseph could take an extra coin, either one, because they kind of led
Mhm.
each respective job.
I'd give mine
Oh.
to Scrawl if it's up to that, because he bribes people. He'd
Mhm.
use it more than I would.
Works for me too.
Well, we've got the bank is holding it, and so like that's fine. We're not hurting for it now. If we get more, that's
Yeah,
still
well,
in our pockets.
somebody has to take it, is what we're saying, because
Yeah.
the cult is full.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we have an extra coin.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's all.
Oh,
So someone's just going to carry the extra coin around until you guys figure
You're
it out.
more likely to use it.
yeah,
Is-
I'll
is-
take it because it'll just
There
go
you go.
towards Woodpark.
All right. So let's
So
see.
grease them palms.
Let's do our downtime, and then we'll do our XP at the very end of it all. So, first things first, we got to do the score, and I already gave you the coin for that one.
Mhm.
Sorry, get into that chapter real quick. Rep. Let's see. Your crew earns 2 rep per score by default. If the target is a score of the score is a higher tier, you take 1 per tier higher. So I think that's gonna be 4 more rep for you guys. Oh, you just filled up.
Oh man.
Sweet.
Damn. So actually blank it out. I fill it all up and then blank it out. Because you guys are now have a weak hold on tier 1.
So we were strong tier 0. Now we're weak tier 1.
And so the next time you fill up, you'll move up to a strong tier 1, and then you start working up to tier 2 after that. So you got yourselves a good little foothold going on over here. They're essentially off the map. They might try and stage a comeback. There are some survivors and stuff, but they're either in prison or smoldering. The crows were flying this afternoon.
Neither of our jobs were set up to be violent, but they both turned out that way.
What I like also is there's really no reason they would think we did anything.
Yeah.
No, hell no. We'd got no heat. We were in the clear.
I'm gonna give you a 2 heat though, and here's
What?
why. Here's why.
That's messing with you.
Add 2
What?
heat if killing was involved, whether the crew did the killing or not. Bodies draw.
I
So,
put 2 on there already.
so
All right.
already there are going to be other community meetings, and hey, who's that group that moved in after they moved out of the racetrack? There's this other group that came in, and yeah, so the heat is up a little bit. So you get 2 heat on that.
That's getting high. We're gonna have to look at
Yeah.
that.
You guys, when you started out, you ended up, you guys were in good with the police officers.
Correct.
That's where your extra coin should go.
There it is.
Because most districts have a crime bosses that expect smaller crews to pay a tithe. So you guys paid them a little bit at the beginning. So when you get your big payoff, they expect you to keep
it coming.
Keep it coming.
All right, I will click that coin away. I've paid more bribe.
All right. But what we can do, you guys have really focused on making friends. So I'm gonna let you if we go over to the faction, the wraiths are essentially gone, but we'll leave them on there for right now because they're not completely. But go ahead and add an institution. The brigade.
Hey.
And you guys were already at -2 with the hive. You just didn't really realize that that's who you were dealing with before. I think that was part of the crew creation that led you there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sounds
They
right.
weren't happy with another crew moving into their nice little neighborhood.
What tier is the brigade?
But you know what? Let me see.
Yeah, we might be up to -1 with the hive now.
Yeah, put it at -1. -1 with the hive.
That's huge.
Yeah. You made a point of talking and getting to know people, and selling yourselves is the better alternative. So they're not friends with you or anything, but they're not on the verge of trying to hunt you down and get you out of their district. So the brigade is, where are they at? It's a different page. The brigade is tier 2 with the stronghold. So, and give yourself a 1 for them.
Want both of us typing at the same time.
All right. So where were we? So we did the payoff, did the heat. we don't have a wanted level yet, so you're all right.
I know.
What are you
Entangle.
guys doing?
I'm trying to fill in some notes out of the hive, but it's all good.
Just see it bounce around.
I'm done.
What's going on? What was I doing?
Oh, to put the names of the people.
I
or
don't think
something down?
he was realizing that he was doing it, honestly.
no, yeah, I know.
Hey, Paul, hands off the mouse.
So what is your heat level? You're up to like 6 now, aren't you?
Yeah, we definitely gotta look at that.
Yeah.
Well, we got an entanglement roll, and that's dependent on your heat is what happens. So go ahead and somebody, let's say the pyro match make this roll for our entanglements.
Oh no. What do I
Yep.
roll?
Just a d6.
I know
Oh,
why.
good.
I know why his nickname is Match now.
Flipped or interrogation. Let's see. One of the PC's rival gangs arranges for one of your contacts, patrons, clients, or a group of your customers to switch allegiances due to heat on you. They're loyal to another faction. Oh.
Do you know
What?
why? Do you know why
Ooh.
Rusty is nicknamed Rusty?
No.
He smiles and his teeth are all like a brownish red.
No.
I really want to know Salad Fingers.
It's great.
Salad Fingers is the nickname I want to know.
Yeah. That leaves a lot of questions. I don't.
That guy scares me.
Who's gonna switch on you? I'm gonna have somebody flips on you. Who are all your different contacts? I'm gonna pull up some character sheets.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Who do we have for contacts? Mercy, a cold killer. Grace, an extortionist. Ooh.
Oh no, he's looking at me.
I'm looking at everybody. Let's see. The apothecary. Oh,
Yeah.
that's the one who heals
Davia.
you, right? That's who you've been getting to heal you or something, right? Or fucking salad fingers. Oh my
So
god.
dumb. So dumb. Love it.
They use the name Nyrix twice. On Salad Fingers, Nyrix is a prostitute.
Hey, it could
Which
Nyrix
totally goes. It
could
works.
be the
Yeah.
same Nyrix. That's from my experience, at least.
Oh. No, I'm not. I'm gonna say it is. It is the same.
It's canon now.
Yep. But who's gonna flip?
I don't know.
Are there,
The blue card.
Roll a dice for the player and then
Just flip it.
No, you don't want to do that.
1d. And I'm gonna make 6, Jake. Just 4.
Oh.
1, 2, 3. That's
Ah,
that's Matt.
man.
That's your apothecary. Your apothecary is now a thumbs down.
Damn it.
I'll let you change it.
We were friends.
Okay, how do you say that? Physicker? We still have the physicker.
Who
That's
had the
good.
physicker? Was that you?
Yeah, that's what I was like. Me or
That's the one
Milo
you-
would not be good ones.
Yeah, the physicker you don't want to lose. That's an important one. there.
Matt, before the next game, I will write up just a sentence or two about my friend and my enemy.
There you
and
go.
Send it to you. And I think we should just
Yeah.
just a sentence even.
Yep.
So he can use it against us.
Mhm.
Because I mean, I could use my friend, but
Yep.
you're the one that needs to randomly pick somebody's enemy to show up. So you should have that info.
So yeah, the apothecary is like, you go around to visit and talk, and it's like, I don't want anything. You guys are tearing this place up. I know what you guys are up to. I don't want anything to do with you guys anymore.
Jeez, come
Out of my
on.
shop.
You would...
Out of my
I thought
shop.
we had something.
Out of my shop. Nope.
Easier.
And we can move into downtime now. Now that we got all that out of the way. And we could do it in the same order as last time, left to right on my screen, starting with Mr. Black. What do you want?
I would think I would I would use a point to upgrade my resolve.
Okay.
Actually, no, I
Yep.
get XP, and I can use that for that too, right?
Something like that.
If
Yeah.
that's the case, then I would probably find a buyer and relieve stress.
Yeah, we'll get to the. Yeah, you get XP at the end of the session, so you can put those wherever you want to. Okay. Okay, so what do you want to do? You guys can start working at reducing that heat. I mean,
Yeah, that's also a thing too. I don't know what's a high stress to start working on it, because I know you can overindulge, right? If you have too low of stress, then you is it just a
So-
D6 and whatever you?
yeah, so you roll dice equal to your lowest attribute, so whatever that is, and take your highest result.
That happened to
So-
Vanna last time.
Yeah.
And so remember, attribute
I
is
took her to
the big
the wrong bar.
overall. Attributes the big overall categories.
Round 2?
Yeah. Yeah, which would be my prowess, which I have nothing in.
Mhm.
So,
So yeah, in that case, you would end up. What you do is you end up clearing. You roll 2 dice, take the lowest roll, and that's how many stress you take away. That's what you would do for indulging vice.
let's just hit the indulge vice thing, see what works. Bonus die, nothing. So I take the lowest.
You're going to relieve 4 stress.
I have exactly 4.
There you go.
Perfect.
That's about
That 5 would have been bad then.
Yes, it would have been. Okay, and then I either would like to find a buyer or relieve heat from the cult. So which party, which one would be more beneficial for us, would you say?
You maybe work on the buyer.
Okay, I'll work on the buyer.
Since
Okay.
that's kind of your project is that book. So
Yeah.
keep
So
going.
tell me how you do it. Pick a skill and roll it.
I guess I would. Is it still? I think study still is the best for, who would be the right person to sell this to.
Okay.
I think so.
So that'd be like researching who are the different
Yeah.
families and stuff that would be
Yeah.
Well,
interested.
The first half of the pie got off of a consort, essentially, like which families would be interested or where the leads would be, essentially.
Okay.
So sifting through that data, there's your study.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it.
Risky, standard.
Yeah, that doesn't matter for this. Yep. So you got a 6, so that'll be 3 segments. So that's more than enough.
All right.
There you go.
Wow.
So you have found a buyer. You actually found 3 buyers.
Ooh.
And I will. So there are 3 big people that might be interested in this. So I'm giving you the names. Lord Strangford.
Oh.
I'll type them in these are 3 different ones, and they're families. They're actually families with these last names. But the names I'm giving you are actually the captains of the 3 very prominent vessels who would have the money to pay for something that potentially this valuable. So let's try forward. Lady Clave and Lady. I can spell this. Yep. So those are 3 potential buyers that you find, all from wealthy, noble families of the town, with very nice vessels. They're like the 3 most successful Leviathan hunters in town, is what those are.
You just added something else for me to now research.
Okay.
Right.
Who would suffer the most from the loss? Too much
Exactly.
depth. Too much depth.
Yeah. Where would the ripples of?
Yes.
How would this hurt the most people?
Yes.
Mhm.
Mm. I
All
must
right.
research each of these berries before I choose.
Have we destroyed the original yet, or put it in the vault yet?
Hmm.
No, you
No,
don't
not
have a
yet.
vault.
No vaults, but we haven't had a ceremony yet, and
But, like the box.
Well, that's what we need. Yeah, the box is what I mean. Not the mechanical vault, but
Yeah.
our own.
Oh,
Our
your little
sacrificial.
reliquary play.
Yeah. Our iron box that has a slot that you drop stuff in, fingers and whatnot, money, and it never seems to fill up. That's where the original is going eventually.
Mhm.
All right.
we should have a proper ceremony for that, though. After we sell the forge, and then we have a ceremony to seal the fate. It just
Yeah,
be
we need to make
so much
sure it
better.
works first. In case we need the original still to in case we need to make another forgery.
You don't have
But
faith?
it's coming.
No. That's
Hmm.
I don't know.
disappointing.
Yeah, once we've hit the score, I would say that would be good. Can I just point out, looking at these names, like after many years of steady diet of Paizo and Wizards, like I am loving the naming conventions of this game.
Yeah.
They give me.
Somebody actually gave a fuck about actual
These are these
sensible-
sample names they've given me to choose from.
Awesome.
And so
Oh,
I'm just.
good.
Thank you. Go to bed.
that means everything for immersion to me, man. Brenna
Yeah.
Brogan, I get it. Lady Clave, yeah, and Ankayat. You can see how these things are overlapping and melding. It's good character, good world building.
Yep. So those are your two, right? That was it?
Yep.
Cool. You are up, Rusty.
Let me see. If this sounds
Actually gonna
feasible?
Refill my
So
coffee. I'll be back.
I only have certain skills. I'd like to reduce heat.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to go to a rough area of town, put on the Wraith mask, and beat the shit out of a few people, and take off. I want the heat to transfer, basically, to what's left of the Wraiths.
Okay.
Okay, good, 'cause
What role would you do for that?
skirmish.
There you go. How am I going to use skirmish to reduce heat?
That's what I had to think of. It's my only good skill.
Great. Give me a roll.
Okay. What position?
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Keep
yeah,
on
that's
standard.
On standard, no bonus. Oh my god.
You get to reduce it by 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It wasn't an
Yeah.
actual like skill roll. It was
Yeah.
I get
So
it.
all
I
of
get
these,
it.
you look in the parentheses on the page here, and they all 1 to 3, you take off 1 level of heat. So not a whole lot of effect. Not very effective. I don't think we've gotten a single crit this entire
Well,
game
you have
so
to
far.
roll 2 6s to get a crit, right?
Yes.
And if you only roll 1 dice, you
Well,
can never crit.
we got 1, right? Didn't we get 1? And isn't that how somebody ended up on the street or something, or somebody lost body parts in that assault up on the rooftop?
Oh, well, I only rolled 1 dice and I got a 6.
Nah, that doesn't count.
Yeah.
The end up on the street was literally me seeing the crows or whatever coming and just be like, well, I don't want to be standing here when they come, so I just chucked them off the roof. That wasn't even a roll.
I think I rolled a 6 when we found the book.
Something.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought there was 1 crit roll somewhere in there. Yeah. Double 6s will get it for you.
Okay, so I
and what else you
removed
doing,
1
Rusty?
heat. My second one will go into resolve.
Okay. And remember,
that's
all
me.
these things that have you trying to, you can increase the result level. So those that have where you roll a die and whatever result you get, you can spend a coin to increase the result level. For every coin spent, you increase it. So you can spend a coin and turn it into 2 segments or something like that.
I'll go ahead and do that. I will spend 1 of my coins.
And that'll get you 1 more heat level off.
So that took 2 heat off of.
Yeah.
Okay,
Total.
so
2 heat total.
yeah. Whoops. Shit.
Okay.
Go. So we're at 4 heat now.
Are any of you wounded at all? I think Jake
I
might
am.
have been. You are?
Yeah. Flesh wound.
Well, that flesh wound isn't getting any better. You're
Nope.
being too active.
I know.
It got a minor infection after you went in that house. Went down in the basement and wasn't a good choice. All right. Scrawl, you're next. What do you got?
Okay, first thing I want to do is reduce heat.
Okay.
So
How are you doing that? What are you doing? Did you hear how Rusty did it?
No, I only caught the back end of that, or I had to pay a coin. Or something.
I put on the Wraith mask and went to various parts of town and beat the shit out of a bunch of people. Just as a Wraith, so people were looking that way. Because I only have certain skills. So
That's how you take. That's how you use skirmish to reduce heat.
Out of curiosity, did we claim territory at all, or we've not gotten to that yet? Is that
You got the Vice Den.
we got the Vice Den, but not the area we burned down? That's got to be another.
That'll be another thing. That could be your next turf.
Okay.
If you want to go in that square.
I clicked the Vice Den, so.
Okay. So then I guess I would be reducing heat. Well, since we have a nice setup there at the gambling establishment, let's make sure that the blue coats know where they can get the best odds, who their friends are at the track. But by way of thank you for all their wonderful support.
All right. Well, give me a roll.
All right.
Whatever roll you think that is.
That's always consort with me. If I can do it by consort, I'm gonna.
There you are. It's working with connections. That makes sense. And don't worry about the position and the effect. So that'll be one segment or one heat reduced. You can increase the effect for every coin you spend. So you can raise it up to a 2, a 3, or even all 5 or whatever. But you can reduce some heat if you want to spend money.
I potentially throw a coin at it. Our bank is full right now, right? Like the communal bank.
Mm-hmm.
Can we spend a?
Yeah. Well, so the way we'll say it, it'll be as if you're, giving them the good odds and everything.
It's
into
the
your profits
against our yeah. Exactly.
So you give them really good odds, and it costs you a little bit, but that'll get you to 2 heat off.
Okay, then let's do that. One coin off the.
Yeah. Because when you're at the higher heat, that's when you run into like losing contacts and stuff when your heat is really high, as we just saw. So.
Don't want that.
All right. So, and I get one other action?
Yep, you get 2.
Everything seems to be worked on. I'm going to add to my playbook. Is it just add 1 to my playbook?
Yep. The one at the bottom of your page. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Match, you're up.
Okay. I was trying to figure out a way to take off some heat with tinkering, and I haven't done it yet. So
Yeah, we're down to only 2 heat though. So
I know.
We're actually...
So I might not.
Yeah, spend it somewhere else. With that, I'm cozy with 2.
Great. Good. Fabulous. Okay. Then I will train my playbook, and then also in my resolve.
Okay.
Those are my 2 things.
Double trainer. Got it. And Vina.
Well, I also wanted to resolve some kind of heat, but do you guys not want me to?
It always helps if you've got a way to go about it.
Okay, but I did want to just
down to where you don't have to.
Okay, but I do have an idea of, because I'm a hunter and that's my expertise. So I was wondering, so who exactly do we have heat with? I know I was looking at the character sheet, and I know the race are pretty much gone.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just be the hive, right?
Well, you have heat with the blue coats. When we talk about heat, we're talking police.
Okay.
So you're in good with a lot of them, and you have enough people on the force, but there are enough.
Commissioner Gordon doesn't like us.
Commissioner Gordon doesn't like
I was gonna say, can I be Batman and offer my assistance with some like allowing Cerberus to, like, me and Cerberus to maybe hunt or track down some people that they're looking for.
There you go.
Can I do that?
Yeah,
And instead of like a bat signal, it's just like Cerberus's ears or something.
There's some bounty hunting basically, but you don't take
Yeah.
the pay. You don't
Yeah.
take. No, that's
Yeah.
okay.
No,
You don't have
take
to pay
the
me.
Yeah.
We're friends.
Neighborhood watch.
Yep. Give me a roll.
For hunt, right? It'd be hunt.
Yeah, sure. I'm convinced.
Okay. Risky?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah. The positions and effects don't really matter on the downtime stuff. There
5.
you go.
Hey,
That's your last 2 segments. You're down to 0.
get it, sir.
Oh, looking good.
Guys are in good shape right now.
My other one.
Yeah,
I'll
well
put,
done.
We're coming out of tonight pretty slick.
The
Yep.
other one I'll put in my.
2 objectives at one time. That was so that we split the party successfully.
This is a
I'll
game
put
where
it in my
splitting the parties
insight.
up. That's okay. This isn't strategic combat game. This is absolutely split the party.
Mhm.
And
yes,
I'm sorry,
this
you
is
were
a
training.
split the party game. That's it's a different mindset.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then the other one. Sorry, I'll put it into insight.
Okay. There we go. All right. Let me switch to the actual XP page, and we'll go ahead and do that right now.
Do we have any heat, or are we done with heat?
That was the last of it.
That's
You
the
got
last
rid of it. You nailed it.
Give me 2 minutes just to look over this real quick, and I also want to make sure that my wife's getting up and actually getting ready for work here and stuff. So
Cool. I'll be right back.
okay.
Yeah, we filled up 2 of our clocks. We've cleared our heat. We've done a lot
Well,
of
I
good
mean,
stuff.
basically, we're back to like, well, what should we do next, guys?
No.
Like, that's awesome.
So obviously, when Cerberus is working with the police officers, he's in his dapper gear.
Yes, I love that picture.
It was so funny. It was like one artist had this dog in multiple forms, and I was like, all right, cool.
Perfect. Your pooch for every occasion.
She's got like creepier ones, but today was good though. We did so much.
Yeah, that was awesome. This game really just rewards the outside the box creative weird thinking. You know, like the dice are going to determine whether that works or not, and that's really pretty vague. Like there's no limitations on the rules really.
Mhm.
I like the outlet for the very devious and dark that you can do. That's what I'm liking. I'm kind of glad we went with the cult.
Oh man.
And then for personal clocks, like, I mean, is it reasonable to think that I would make 3 clocks for each of these people if I want to really do my good research to find out the most appropriate and target?
It depends on how much. I mean, we could do it that way, or I mean, do you guys want to just dive in because that clocks are things that are kind of resolved in downtime. So that could be just something that's more done as a flashback.
Okay.
Where it's like, we're going to go in and we're going to, you know, however you're going to approach them and try and set up this deal or whatever you're going to do. Maybe there's some other sort of a score you want to do that would set you up for success with them, or this is where start thinking about it. But a lot of this stuff, we haven't used too many flashbacks. We're starting to use them a bit more, but that's something you can definitely.
Well, that would be about definitely like figuring out how it is we got in with the buyer, so to speak. But like I think Paul's just thinking about figuring out which of the 3 would be the buyer that's going to have the sort of most, you know,
the most economic
thing.
Everything devastation.
Like, I feel like if you were going to do it as 3 separate wheels, what you're going to get out of that is a really comprehensive information package about each of those 3 NPCs and their organizations.
Yeah, I'll have to give you a page, like write out a page on each one of them if you're going to go that route.
Or you could maybe do it as one wheel and get the answer to that question.
Okay.
Just kind of
I guess I'd leave it up to you then, Matt, as which one would be better. Because I kind of do want a little bit of information on them, and then I would like to find not the only one that would hurt the lord or the lady, but also the people on those ships,
Yeah,
and
no,
their
that's
loss in
that's
life,
just it.
the families they leave behind, I want to see the chain and the ripple from everybody, and which one would be the greatest. So I want to take time on this a little bit too, because
Okay.
Well,
Cool. Um,
then do 3 wheels.
do 3 wheels.
Because the thing is, we're only going to learn more about opportunities that we can also exploit with the other NPCs that aren't like the whaling contact.
So make them four wheels.
okay,
And if you want to just do them on your own character sheet,
Okay.
or if you want to do it as a crew thing,
I mean,
so that way everybody can help.
that's up to you guys. I can put on the crew. Right now I'm putting them on my own sheet, but if anybody else would like to dive into this, I would be more than happy. Or we each take one.
I mean,
I'll
I'll certainly devote some time to lending a hand in that research there to move things along. That's fine.
Okay.
It's not really Rusty's wheelhouse. If somebody has to go on a mission to help fill in, Rusty is happy to be backup.
Mm-hmm. That can also be the source of your research too. Like, I mean, there's like a proper university at this, in this city. There's different. You can create your own score focused on getting this information. And what would that look like?
Ooh.
I mean, I guess I could help you too, because when I rolled, I knew some. I delved into that apparently back in my hunting days. So I
Bless
could
you.
help you out a little bit, I think.
If you wanted to go to the university, I can't go with you, but I could tell you who to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
want to know that story.
And Rusty, I mean, some of these informations may need a bit of force to gather. So you could be useful.
So if you'd like, the way I could do this is do it like we're planning for a score. That might make, I mean, because it sounds like everybody's kind of getting involved and doing different things, and we could almost try and think of it as you're trying to do the research in a proactive way, whether that means Rusty muscling it out of somebody or, going and studying, but we could treat it that way instead of just something that we accomplish in downtime.
But we
That's
also
true, you
we also gamble and risk heat and stuff on objectives that are otherwise pretty benign, though, right?
Or how about maybe one of them may turn into a score discovering what we find out from our research.
I think that's
Okay.
probably more the
Yeah.
way it'll
Okay.
go.
So not
And in
all
the meantime, you can work on other areas of your chart there, expand into other turf or something like that, or figure out what's going on with that map that you received or anything.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to be busy enough.
So you have time to spend a little extra time researching before you go trying to make this deal, is what it sounds like.
Oh yes.
Okay, so yeah. Make your crew wheels, make 4, and I'd make them 4 clocks.
We got a lot slicker in session 2 of Blades in the Dark. I feel like session 3 we're gonna overreach because now we're hot jet. We know exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, and you're gonna
We're
start
predicting the
attacking.
future here.
Real bad rolls. Game Genie will come back. Kick us in the ass.
I don't know. I just like the fact that I'm almost making more things my player or a character would like to do and keep doing and continuing. Like it's building itself its own path. So that's what I'd hate to leave tonight and not have my character have any lead on what they want to pursue in their downtime.
Cool. So there you go. XP, let's do it. So, nobody made any desperate rolls. So that one is off the table. At the end of each session, for each item below, mark 1 XP in your playbook or attribute, or 2 if the item occurred multiple times. Did you address, each of you have your own little thing written at the bottom of your character sheet, your playbook specific XP trigger? Multiple times?
I had 1 coercion and at least 1 violence.
There you go. So 2 on that one for you, Rusty. Everybody else address problems in their own special way?
I have a question. I
Yes.
don't know if I did technically myself,
Mm-hmm.
But you addressed the challenge of tracking our violence. I assisted in the violence.
I'll give you one for that.
Okay, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
but I didn't do the violence.
No, but you were definitely involved in doing that. You were doing your hunter tracker thing by staying in the shadows, keeping an eye on things. You were. I'll
Oh,
give it
yeah.
to you.
Yeah, I helped with Rusty, and then
Yep.
there for more support.
And then don't we get, let's see, don't we
Oops.
get 1 XP per session regardless also? Or something like that?
It is for each one. Nope, nothing about that.
Okay.
You do get if you expressed your beliefs, your drives, your heritage, or your background. You get
Mine
an-
is all about advancing the cult. All my drives and heritage. So I don't know.
Yeah, you cut the dude's finger off because he went against the.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. I forgot about that.
That's one for you. What about everybody else? You think
Oh, I
you-
hobsnobbed and snobbed with the other.
You did.
with the guild or whatever they're called.
So
The
that's
hive.
more of your That's more of your background coming into play on that one. You'd say.
It's my drives as far as function within our organization. My background would have been the snooty snoot research on the rich families, the noble
Okay.
families for the Leviathans.
Okay. Everybody else feel they got that one? Anybody not sure?
I would say I did knowledge or arcane power. So I say I did that for sure
Mm-hmm.
with the possession ghost. And I would say my beliefs and my drive. So obviously is driving and advancing the cult, but in very devious ways would be coming up with the idea of possessing another faction, and then the other is progressing with the book and diving deeper into the most devious and extremely rewarding way of getting punishment. So I
Okay.
think that. And then vice, I did go indulge in my vice.
You indulge. What is your vice?
I shopped and found some relics to put in my room.
That's right. Well, that's right. You actually indulged in your vice. That's right. You did the roll. Okay. So it sounds like you're looking at 4. Are we in agreement? Is that about
Yeah,
right?
that's what I think too.
Okay.
I have a random question, and you can
Yes.
say no, but wouldn't it be that every time we try to get heat off of our cult, that we're technically expressing our beliefs or our drives or heritage?
Mm,
Because that's our. I
No,
said you can say
I
no.
think
I said you can say no.
no, but how did you try to get the heat off?
I
Play into
helped
that.
the blue coats.
I
Okay.
did it through violence.
He did
Yeah.
it through violence.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
why you got
Well,
the 2 on the other.
And in your,
Yeah, I
and in
know.
your-
I already
and in-
got rewarded.
went out to be a bloodhound, to be a bounty hunter, in order to do that, right? That
I
was what you
think-
took. So that is your background.
Off
That is
the
my
bat,
background, technically.
I would say unless you did your vice, everybody got 3. And Joseph, I think, was the only one that did his vice.
I have to do my vice and I have
Or
to
struggled
struggle.
with issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did anybody struggle with issues regarding their vice?
From
So
your
whether
vice or traumas. That's not necessarily indulging in it to reduce.
No,
it.
that could be.
That's different.
that's
losing
just
in a
role-playing.
bet, but I won, so.
Well,
Oh, that's
betting
right,
in
you
the
were
first
betting.
place. Betting.
No,
So, yeah,
was-
Vanna's a drinker.
Oh.
Remember,
Yeah, I am a
I
drinker
took her out
anyway.
last time to my bar, and it didn't turn out well
No.
for her.
Okay.
I did
Alright.
give in to my maybe not so great issue of starting fires.
Is that actually your vice?
No, that's not my vice.
Oh.
Vice would be
I was
arson.
gonna say, 'cause that would
amazing.
count. Firebug went fire. Like, yeah, that would count.
No, I do
Um,
get one for addressing a problem with technical skill or mayhem, which would be fire.
Oh yeah.
And also.
And
for
was the fire part of your
maniacal.
background? Is that part of your untold story of the university? Is that part of your background?
Yeah,
Then there you go.
yeah,
Get one in the background section 2.
fantastic.
So the XP we get here is like anything else. We can put it in the playbook or insight prowess
Mhm.
resolve, right?
Yep.
Just to say what I spent it on, I got 3. I put 2 in playbook advancement. I'm getting pretty close to getting another special ability. And then I put 1 into resolve, which counts as 2. And that filled that up, and I was able to put another pip into command.
Yep.
Nice.
And that's going to play off of the special ability I will get very soon, which is Savage. When I unleash physical violence, it is especially frightening and scares my foes. So they all end up everybody ends up scared when I start stabbing. Then also, when I command a frightened target, and it can be frightened for any reason, whether it's from me stabbing or from any other reason, that command also gets an extra die.
Nice. That's awesome.
Question.
So that's going to play off each other.
Mm-hmm.
I have a special ability that says choose a special ability from another source.
Yeah, we've all got that.
Oh,
You-
we all have that. Okay, so so if you have that special ability, we can.
Yeah, you can look over, Cutter or any of the other classes, and you can choose any one of them.
You bet.
If you want to, that's how you multi-class, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
that makes sense.
Okay. Cool. I managed to fill in all my resolve.
No? Well, give yourself a point in something.
I have now a point in an extra point in command, so I have 2 in command and 2 in attune.
Okay. The crew. At the end of session, review the crew XP trigger, which for cult, I forget what it says. Advance your agenda of your deity or embody its precepts in action. Yeah.
Contend with challenges above your current station. Yup.
Yup.
Bolster your crew's reputation and develop a new one. Yup. Express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. Yup.
And if the item occurred multiple times, so any of the things that you think happened multiple times that deserve. So you're definitely 1 for each of those, but any of them deserve 2.
Agenda, maybe?
I would say the contend with challenges above our current station. The 2-for-1 strike. We took out their stronghold and their operations at the dog track in one fell swoop.
The same time.
Yep.
It's like Godfather 2. It's like it all
Yep.
happened at once. Or that one episode of Breaking Bad.
All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 1 more in you? What do you think? Talk me into 1 more, because that'd be 6. And that'd be enough to advance.
We did develop a new connection with the brigade.
That's true.
So
6.
that's another
That is true.
institution.
Well done.
All right.
Nice.
So you can have a special ability
Oh, what do we want? What do we want?
or 2 crew upgrades.
Mm.
Oh.
That's a choice.
We do need a vault,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and a
what's the
vault
other
costs
option?
2, right? Or does a vault cost 2, or is
You
there
can
2
take
versions
it
of the
twice.
vault?
You can take
Okay,
it
I
twice.
see.
So if you look on the vault down
First
below,
one
there's
adds 4.
and then the next one adds 8 after that. So you can have up to 16. So
I mean, on a personal level, like one, if we want to go upgrades, not abilities, 1 in the vault, and I would love prowess training.
Mm.
Yep.
I mean, we already have. Well, yeah.
Your
Does
gang's a little bigger now too.
Does personal training, what's that cover?
I don't know. Is that your book?
Because there's training, insight, prowess, resolve, and then personal. Is that our personal track? Because if we can double that.
It
for
says
our-
earn 2 XP when training playbook during downtime.
Oh.
That's what it is.
That's very good.
That's even better than
If we'd have
Proud.
known that, that's the one. No, wait, that one. This one came with our.
Cult, yeah.
The resolve
Yeah.
came with
Yeah.
the cult.
It came with
So one into vault, one into personal.
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
it is.
Does
Nice.
that take in an effect before I clicked my things a minute ago?
End of the session.
Ah, damn it. Because I would have a special ability right now.
I did get the special ability. I mine
I would
filled up.
too.
Nice.
Me too.
Ugh,
Nice.
I'm almost there.
I was screwed. My downtimes last session,
Mm-hmm.
because I tried to heal and rolled a 1, and I tried to get rid of stress and rolled a 1.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, well I got no XP, and I didn't actually help myself. Okay, cool.
So, what we'll do is moving forward. Yeah, I'm not sure if maybe a little information on your contacts might be good. Any sort of story you want to give me. I know this group I'm working with here. So if anybody has like some embellishment and story they want to give, I might be inspired to throw a little XP your way for making it good. So.
By way of what's happened tonight, or
just other things that we didn't fill in on, because last game we had our session 0 and we made our characters and we got a loose idea of where we were, but we didn't really get into it. But this is definitely a storytelling game. So if you have some stories to tell, either to share with the whole group or just to share with me as a way of
I see.
background.
If we start filling up the Discard, you'll start sprinkling out the XP points, huh?
Mm.
Would you like that in like private messages through Discord?
It's up to you. I would say, yeah, Discord would probably be the best way to do that. But I would say if you, if it's something just for me to know and not necessarily the whole group, then yeah, private message is good. But other than that, if it's just a good story that we're all going to appreciate, shove it in the main folder.
I have a question for you guys. I want to just get your opinion. What do you guys think is going to be more useful? One of us getting one additional downtime action per downtime, not per person, just one additional action all told. +1 result level anytime we require an asset or reduce heat. So I would always be reducing heat with that. Or +1 dice to engagement rolls. And to the dice, +1 dice to gathering information to consort. So
like that
start
one.
every score strong.
I think what fits with the way you've been playing the character so far is that last one.
It's called weaving the web, and yeah, that's probably my favorite. But those other ones are really strong supports.
Those other ones are great. There's no bad choice, but the way you've been playing so far, that last one,
Yeah.
just make that stronger.
Then it's
You
done.
guys have that
tier.
vault. I forgot something. You guys have a vice den now, and that comes with certain things.
Oh.
Which is a tier roll minus your heat in coin. So you guys
5
can stick
coin.
5 coin in the vault.
Because
That's
we
filled
killed
it.
the heat. Because we killed the heat.
You just filled the vault. It's full of coin again.
Oh man.
There's a reason you get a vice den. It's the money.
Dang, we're gonna have to
just don't
start
wanna-
spending some of this.
I know, I
No,
don't want to overindulge again.
We're
Yeah, we
actually
need to look
creating
at a
tab.
way to. We need to. I'll start reading on what are all the ways you can spend coin. Cause
What is the
holy
rule
shit.
for PCs moving it into our stash? Is that just something we can do at any time?
Anytime. If you want to pull it out of the stash, it's
that's
half.
if you
before.
fill that. If you fill that up on your character sheet, that's the way to give your character a good ending.
Right.
It also,
yeah.
also plays in like when it, like for quality of life type roles, like where do you live? Do you live in a rundown shack or do you have a
I
decent?
almost don't want to improve that.
So,
Right.
Not with Rusty.
so that's as you look at each row, as you fill in 10, it kind of adds to that stash stat. And I forget everywhere it gets used, but it gets used in a couple different places that haven't really come up yet. But
Is it too early to say? Like everybody, like why don't we each take of that 5, like split it up, and then we could all have our first stash coin, or you don't have to, but
Yeah.
no.
We could do that later.
I don't want it. I'm gonna keep Rusty at like 1 coin always. If he ends up with any extra, it's gonna get spent on
Booze.
like. Well, I spent this one. Ended up with 2 heat or 2 coins, and I spent 1 to lower the heat of the group. So I'm always gonna try to stay at 1 coin with Rusty.
Speaking of which,
So-
yeah, do you want that one back? Because
No.
I did. Like I'll spend my coins, but if I get a chance to get reimbursed for them, I will.
No, I'm sitting at 1. I'm fine with that. This
love
is
it.
a
love it.
personal thing. There's no even mechanical thing. It's just Rusty is always
Yeah.
poor.
Yeah,
Like, dude, we give you so much money. I don't have any.
you know, I believe the crew comes first. Well, I'm part of that crew. I'm right there. Like it's not like I don't count.
You know, if I was playing any other character, no, I would take that coin
Yeah.
happily. I don't know. Rusty feels
It's
like
fun switching it up like that sometimes though.
Alrighty.
Awesome.
Well,
Well,
that's a pretty good enough place to call it, I think, at this point.
if we go any further, we're just gonna ruin it.
I don't know that we will ever have a more successful night.
Oh, I hope not.
Yeah.
Because holy shit.
Cheers to a
Well,
good run
I have to give you
tonight.
guys some hope before I dash it all out.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
You son of a bitch.
I mean, it was a
full
very
power
odd night
and-
for me because my worst roll. I'm trying to look. I hit a 6 almost every roll.
All of us
This
did.
is your game.
There was
I
a lot of
This is your
6s.
game.
There were a lot of 6s tonight. 6s and 5s. I'm gonna have to write some very different Mercy stories
Yeah.
coming up because Mercy's my enemy.
Yeah, my vice was the worst roll I had was a 5 and a 4. That was my worst roll.
Well,
Yep.
I'm glad you rolled a 6.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you and Jake have you and Salad Fingers have that same contact, but I don't think you guys realize it's the same person until one
So
of you
gross.
mentions their name.
I think it's great if you don't realize.
He has no idea, but
You know what? If he does, my character would just go, kind of have an inside chuckle. Huh. Funny. Knowing that it's probably something the prostitute's being possessed by my guy. And,
That's gross. It's just gross.
Thank you, Paul.
alrighty, folks.
Yep.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
Matt. That
Great
was
night.
a great session.
Yeah, that was
We
awesome.
we came into it all having a way better feel of the system tonight.
Mhm.
Like we just hit the ground running and just went with it.
Well, and by the time you got to that second score, we were flying.
Yeah.
That was going great.
The momentum builds. There's a little bit of in the beginning of like, where do we jump into the action here? And then by the time we were on the second score, it was like, yeah, whatever the fuck we feel like. Make it happen. Get messy. Good.
Yep.
Alright.
Yeah, that's the challenge and the cool part of this game is that you have to erase the Dungeons and Dragons, Pathfinder, whatever mindset, and
Yeah.
just kind of go with it.
Yep.
Cool.
Alrighty,
Alright.
folks.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Night, everybody.
One more into your playbook. Well, see, I would. Oh, I should end the stream.